Da 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 da. It's a little ditty. What's up? How y'all doing? We having a fine evening this evening? I slept decently. We'll see if it reflects positively in the stream quality. Hello. How are we doing? Hello, hello. This is the last new shirt that I've gotten. So from now on, I'll be re-wearing the button-up shirts that I've been wearing. You know, like this is the last new one at the moment. You know, looking very gay today. Good. I was on Grinder last night, achieving absolutely nothing because I fucking hate Grinder. But I did get gayer by being there. You know. Can you stand up and show off the shirt? Yeah, sure. It's the desert. I kind of like Grinder, not gonna lie. It really depends on what you're looking for. Why does Grinder have nudes and Tinder doesn't? What kind of bullshit is that? One of the worst things that ever happened to Tinder was how it started off as like a kind of seedy hookup app, and over time now it's literally just like fucking. It's like fucking LinkedIn, man. You can literally set on your profile on Tinder looking for friends. What the fuck are you doing on Tinder? You stupid piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Like literally, people will be like, I'm making friends in the area. That's not what the fucking app is for. Um, and like they've been grinding it down. Like it used to be that you could post like stories to your profile on Tinder where you couldn't send pictures, but you could be like, hey, check out my profile right now, and they'd have like their asshole on the story. But now you can't do that anymore. You know, it's all been boiled off and sanitized. Bumble has a separate layer for that too. Yeah, well, at least Bumble is like, you know, meant to be kind of a more like ponderous app. Yeah, seriously, Vermin. Of course, Technoir. I put my asshole on LinkedIn. Yeah, you can, right? You can embed images. Um, oh, do you guys want to see a quick game update? A lot of good progress was made. I'm very, very excited. We're almost done with everything we need to have done before we introduce pathfinding. So now, whenever we click on a dude, see they're like bobbing a little bit, like little skeleton dudes. But whenever you click on one, they are added to a registry of selected units. So rather than it being a totally artificial change, like they're made green, they're like in a code block now, which is going to be very helpful later. And I can shift click, and I can control click too. See? Left click, left click, left click, shift click, left click, shift click, control click. See? Look at that. We're making progress. Can you click and drag yet? No, that's the next thing I'm going to implement. The click and drag has two major components to it. One is drawing the box. One of them is like getting an array of checked colliders and then converting them to game objects and storing them in the selected list. So it'll take a bit of time, but we'll get there. We'll get there. All right. What are your thoughts on the modernity has become degenerate memes? It's not a meme, it's just Nazi rhetoric. And my thought on Nazi rhetoric is pretty consistent, you know. I feel like I'm pretty much where I've always been. What was it all for? What is this? Oh, I get it. It's like an old white guy in a suit, and he's going to be walking by a bunch of youthful progressive protesters. So it's like, man, this guy did so much work by being older than these people, but now they're in sweatpants and flossing. Like, it's, yeah. I mean, it's, oh, yeah, literally. See, it's like, we used to World War II. Mm-hmm. Why would you do this meme when we went to World War II to kill Nazis? Like it's like man, you know what'll prove that we should have sided with the Nazis? Like the example of us killing them in large numbers. Whatever. Stupid. Dumb. Excuse me. Russian TV propaganda does the same shit. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Did you see the French riders threatened to decapitate Macron? Yes, I did see that. Have you heard about the bank merger? I heard about it, but I don't really care because it's European, and I can't fake it anymore, guys. I can't pretend anymore. I don't even know if it's real. I've never been there. I've never met a European. I don't even know if it exists. Who knows? Nobody does. Euros don't exist. That's true. That's true. Did you see that Reagan's aide came out and admitted they cheated in 1980? I haven't looked into it. Lot of stuff. Lot of stuff. Lot of stuff. Do we do breaking points first, or do we go over the stupid fucking Abigail Thorn drama? What do you guys think? Abigail, please. All right, we have to set the proper foundations for this. You know, obviously, like drama in terms of like if drama's happening, this is like a very relative thing. The peaks of drama for somebody like Abigail Thorn are my nadirs of drama. You know, like a bad day for her is a good day for me because I'm just used to so much more shit. But you know, we compare by standards here, right? You know, she's even a far larger YouTuber than I am, so I feel like proportionally stuff weighs out. Basically, Abigail Thorne said that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, and a lot of people got mad. That's the broad part, okay? You know, she had a video recently on this. We'll lay the groundwork, and then I'll share my thoughts. So, this article says, when it comes to gender dysphoria, there has been little constructive dialogue, writes blah blah. Can a better appreciation of the evidence as well as the limits of medicine improve debate and practice in the area? And Abigail Thorne says, probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to is enough. Then somebody replies, girl, what are you talking about, people? People are definitely feeling dysphoric. And then Abigail says, oh, for sure, and combustible bodies definitely release phlogiston, otherwise how can we explain the loss of mass? She's very bad at explaining herself. I assume that we're doing the, like, panic, like, the moment people, like, when you fire out a tweet and you see that people are starting to disagree with you and you start getting, like, the cold sweat and you're like, okay, you know what I mean? It's pronounced phlogiston? Okay, phlogiston. My apologies. Yeah, it's... People have been, you know, quite cross with her. And it led to some discourse. The discourse isn't major. I'm mostly using this as a springboard. This person, with all the wisdom and care that you would expect from a Twitter user, said, I don't even care at this point. If he's going to say my disorder isn't real, I'm not going to act like his gender identity is real either. He doesn't experience dysphoria because he's a cis man who transitioned for fun, so he doesn't think anyone else does either. Very smart, very wise, of course, very big brain. I saw a lot of replies were kind of in this vein with, like, terminally depressive trans girls being like, well, okay, then, if I'm not valid, then fuck you, and, like, basically that sort of thing, right? I saw that was like the main thrust of the you know, the disagreeability. I also saw, and I only saw this 5 minutes ago because I was like trying to find examples, that Destiny called her a trans trender. So that's also, we can throw that in like the bucket of wise Twitter responses, you know, like good big brain engagement. So hella dumb take. Annie, what are you talking about? How could you? Yeah. So anyway, some people are mad. At least a few people are pretending to be mad. And I wanted to talk about, like, why this is. Abigail recently put out a video. I think it was the video where she said, like, I called my gender doctor 5 billion times or something like that. I thought about getting a clip from it to indicate what point she was making, but I can't listen to British people talk for that long, so I'm just going to explain it myself. It was a really good video. I highly recommend it if you know if you can tolerate that sort of thing. It's a good video. It also took a while. Now, okay, I wanna get back as we always do to Dubois. Did I just say Dubois? Maybe I'm not rested. Oh my god, I was thinking Foucault. Did I just mix those up? because they were both French names? I think I did. That literally in my head, my brain just transposed. Du- 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 eh, You pronounced it wrong too? Yeah, because Du Bois rejects his friend's pronunciation. So I was like two layers of wrong. Several multi-tiered. Okay, it's about Foucault. All right. Well, how did I? Okay, okay, it's about Foucault. All right. So you know how ADHD people can be a bit inattentive at times. You know, it's in the name, deficit attention deficit disorder. You know that we've heard about that. Well, inattentivity is not like an ADHD specific thing. Everyone feels it, right? Like that's a ubiquitous human experience. Everybody feels inattentive at times. People with ADHD just tend to feel more of it and more often. But that doesn't mean that the experience of inattentiveness, I think actually, and yeah, it's inattentiveness. The experience of inattentiveness isn't like specific to ADHD people. It's also not categorically different. You know, the when if an ADHD person is feeling inattentive, that's not a different feeling than a non-ADHD person feeling inattentive. The argument that Foucault has made with regards to a number of our psychiatric conditions is that we've medically otherized some types of behaviors in ways that have caused us to develop negative attitudes towards them. How before, people who were autistic or ADHD were odd, but they were odd within a sort of confluence, a wavelength of how humans behave. But there wasn't the term autism 100 years ago or ADHD. So the oddity was it itself. You know, there are certainly odd people who don't have autism, ADHD, or any other diagnosable condition, but there's something about naming an oddity. There's something about giving a term, putting it into a box that I think causes people to think of them differently. One of the examples that Foucault uses with regards to intelligence is that people used to have now this is a big generalization, but people used to have a kind of a paternalistically affectionate attitude towards the very stupid. You know what I mean? Village idiot. That's not to say that very dumb people back in like medieval Europe were treated well. They weren't. But there was a kind of, at times, an underlying expectation of hospitality that would be offered to, you know, that maybe like someone is touched, or maybe like, oh, well, maybe they're not good at this, that, the other, but they can be good at this thing. Not to say they were treated well. Not going to say that. But I think that the way they were treated was very distinct from what happened when people started opening up like mental asylums and insane wards back in like the 20s and 30s and stuff, right? When they started, like back when retarded was a medical diagnosis. The difference is that like the medical distinction on some behaviors served as a legitimizing mechanism for certain kinds of treatment. We did the same thing with scientific racism, right? Like racism in an abstract, broad sense, that's been around for a long, long, long time. But our modern conceptualization of racism is heavily oriented around a pseudoscientific understanding of the differences between different types of people. You know, it's not like 4,000 years ago it was, oh, yeah, you know, like their genomes are different from evolution. Like that's a relatively modern idea of racism. Now it's scientific, or at least it pretends to be. And what I'm getting at here is that aren't while there aren't benefits to this kind of medicalization, there are sometimes downsides. What Abigail Thorn is saying basically is that the same thing has happened to the term gender dysphoria. See, everybody experiences something akin to gender dysphoria. It just doesn't have to be about gender. It's called dysmorphia, and dysmorphia and dysphoria sound similar. They're similar in a lot of ways, actually, but there's a kind of hard line between the two that sometimes feels like it's nothing more than a respect for an arbitrary medical distinction, you know? It's not as though the term gender dysphoria is like uh I'd say very concretely rooted in a kind of biological analysis of the brain. It's like a set of symptoms and descriptions, right? Like if you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, they don't measure your brain or read your brain waves or anything like that. You talk about your experiences, how you feel, and if your symptoms line up with what people, you know, we you know, tick the boxes, next to gender dysphoria, then it's like, okay, well, then you have it. That's why it's a psychological condition. You have to meet certain behavioral criteria. And of course, a lot of the things that trans people feel about their bodies aren't entirely dissimilar to a lot of the things that cis people feel about their bodies. Though people get angry when this gets pointed out, as we can see in chat. And the reason for that is because, like, fundamentally, we're talking about an extreme discomfort with the relationship between your mind and your body, the way your body is, the way in which you think your body adheres to certain expectations for both you and from society. And in this respect, it's kind of a ubiquitous experience, right? I mean, we've all experienced something to that effect. Trans people obviously experience like a pretty elevated and very specific version of that. But even then, we know there are trans people who don't have gender dysphoria. So we're not talking about like a one-to-one criteria alignment. There are trans people who experience minor dysphoria and very severe dysphoria. And there are trans people who experience no dysphoria at all. And there are, of course, cisgender people who have eating disorders or who kill themselves because they're unhappy with how they look, or who break their body, exercising to look a certain way, or who get constant, let's say, unhealthy levels of plastic surgery and body modifications in an effort to capture some unrealistic or unattainable standard of beauty. And in both cases, dysphoria has been alleviated by both social and physical conditions. There are trans people who have felt their dysphoria alleviate as a product of like facial feminization surgery or bottom surgery. Like, yeah, we know those work. And there are, of course, trans people who have felt less dysphoric because they've been around people who are more accepting of their identity and their appearance. So it's kind of a wavy term, don't you think? I mean, right? It really, it's a pretty big wavelength. I think one of the best examples of non-transgender gender dysphoria that you could fairly identify, and by the way, I'll defend to my death this terminology applied here, is guys with like penis size anxiety. I know it sounds really dumb, but I swear to God, to those of you who haven't seen this phenomena online, there are people who are literally like suicidally depressed because their dick is like 5 inches instead of 6. I don't know how to like describe like why. It's just a thing that is real. It happens, and a lot of it's pornography, of course, because you look at porn, it's obviously the guys are all really well hung, and then because people are all porn addicted these days, you go on social media and you see girls talking about how they love 8-inch dicks, not because they've ever taken one, but because the guy they slept with lied and said his 6-inch dick was an 8-inch dick. And like so it's like and it's like everyone's like running around assuming the average dick size is like a forearm, and meanwhile like it's not. So there's a lot of like weird story. Yeah. And if you couldn't call that gender dysphoria, I mean, if a trans man can feel gender dysphoria because he doesn't have a dick, I don't know how you couldn't say that a cis man couldn't if he's like really upset that his dick's not big enough. That's clearly a gendered like expectation of your body. We're clearly talking about the same kind of thing here. Maybe not to the same extent in all cases, but it's a wavy term. Now, none of this is to say that like there's no utility to like gender dysphoria or like trans-specific dysphoria as like a specific category, because obviously just because a broad range of feelings are kind of all like tied together doesn't mean that you would treat all of them exactly the same. For example, like depression can relate to a huge range of behaviors. Sometimes you can have a couple symptoms, but not enough for people to really say like, oh yeah, I think you're depressive. And it's like, you're kind of checking stuff off, that you meet enough of the definitional criteria. And we don't treat all people with depression the same. It's not to say that a person who's like absolutely out of their mind depressed is the same as somebody who feels a bit sad one day, because they're both experiencing the same underlying like category. You know what I mean? But I'm sympathetic to Abigail's position here, in part because she did a much better job expressing it in her video, and also because I think what she's really railing against here is she's doing what Foucault would do. Foucault would argue, in this case, I think, that it can actually be unproductive to use gender dysphoria as a kind of like definitional gateway to being trans, because as we know, a lot of trans people aren't gender dysphoric, and it makes it sort of medicalizes the situation in a way that ends up like kind of affirming transmedicalist ideology. You know, the idea that that's like, oh, there's a specific term. And what's more, I think people would take trans dysphoria, like transgender dysphoria, more seriously if we acknowledge the fact that these feelings are similar in a lot of trans people, right? Like being gay and being straight, the feelings that you're capable of having, sexual attraction, arousal, love, whatever, are the same whether you're gay or straight. Obviously, you're just directing it at different groups of people, and sometimes not even, you know, femboys, whatever. Trans and cis, I don't think it's as directly parallel as that, but at the very least, I think a little more of a parallel could be drawn. People were dumb about her tweet, unsurprisingly. Yeah, they were, but you know, I think it's yeah. So CDRCH says, yes, Vosh, I literally used this logic to explain dysphoria to someone earlier today. If you're talking about dysphoria, right? If gender dysphoria is where the term begins and ends, pretty difficult to explain that to a cisgender person, right? But every cisgender woman at some point has felt some kind of deeply burning anxiety about the shape of her face, or her weight, or her tit size, or whatever else. And guys with the dick size thing, or like guys freaking out about not being tall enough, or I think that if you looked at that and you went, okay, look, we all have, like, at times, you know, a desire to be different than as we are. And sometimes that desire is so significant that it causes people to get medical restitution, right? Like men who don't like their hair loss can get, you know, a number of procedures to address that. That is absolutely a chemical medical solution to a gender issue, right? The you know, we haven't perfected dick size increasing technology just yet, but judging from the ads you see on the banners of porn sites, I think cisgender men have been pushing for that one for quite a while. Fuck, you can go to China and have your shins broken and refit so you're like 3 inches taller, can't you? Isn't that a thing, right? Like the leg lengthening surgery, right? Vosh, read this for the segment, please. Oh, I think I've heard of this before, Tempest. Amanda Bynes, that's not a name I've said out loud for a while, fought depression and gender dysphoria while filming She's the Man. She's the Man was one of the biggest movies in 2006, and Bynes played the lead character, Viola, who pretends she is her brother Sebastian in order to play soccer at his school. Gonna guess that's her. The film was inspired by Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. While filming the movie, Bynes spent much of her time dressed as a male, which she later admitted took a toll on her body image and mental health, according to Insider. Bynes stated, when the movie came out and I saw it, I went into a deep depression for 4 to 6 months because I didn't like how I looked when I was a boy. When Bynes saw herself dressed as a man on screen, she described the feeling as a super strange out-of-body experience. That's interesting, isn't it? I feel bad for her, but that is interesting, isn't it? Maybe a little bit informative. This is bullshit. She didn't look like a boy. It was a goofy kids movie with terrible costuming. Thank you, Miyashi. I feel like you're missing the point a little bit. I haven't seen the movie. Sounds like the John Money thing. Yeah, I mean, if it's possible to induce something that is undeniably gender dysphoria in cisgender people who still have their cisgender bodies, and we know it is, I think that would suggest that there's kind of, well, maybe a little bit of a category error here, something worth analysis. I'm sorry. I see a series of what I might charitably describe as counter-arguments coming from chat, and I'm going to try to reply to them very sensitively. Just a moment. Not going to ignore them. I would never ignore you fine people. Oh, the first message I read was unironically standing that tweet from Destiny Catface. All right. Let's see. Body dysmorphia isn't cured with transitioning to an attractive person. They literally have different treatments. We can get to that. If you have gender dysphoria, that means you are impaired to the point to receive that diagnosis. To use your ADHD example, anyone can be easily distracted, but that doesn't mean you have ADHD. There's a chemical physical reality to ADHD, and there is a physical, I'm seeing a bit of medical realism here, and there is a physical component to some people who have gender dysphoria as well. Insecurity isn't gender dysphoria. Why are we saying gender dysphoria is insecurity? Excuse me. Um, I would say there's a heavy relationship between them, yeah, to the extent that insecurity kind of encapsulates discomfort with how one is. You know, if you use the broad definition, yeah, not insecurity in like the day-to-day social sense, obviously. But you know, you could imagine a person who is like perfectly at one with themselves in the universe, not feeling much in the way of dysmorphia, gender dysphoria, or anything like that. It's not like it's a deterministic thing. You know, we know not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Again, that's not to suggest that there's no validity to any kind of medical intervention. And what's more, you say that body dysmorphia isn't cured with transitioning to an attractive person, but that's not true. There are people who have like really burning insecurities about their bodies that aren't transgender who get surgeries or medical treatment, and that actually can help. For example, people who have like crested upper lips, cleft lips, I think, you know, often feel like incredibly like unhappy with how they look, and they can get a surgery to fix that. You know, people get breast augmentation, both up and down. People get their faces changed in a variety of ways. And what the difference is, and this is where we come back to Abigail's point, you don't have to go to a doctor for a diagnosis in order to get your face changed by a plastic surgeon. You do have to go to a doctor for a gender dysphoria diagnosis in order to get the medical treatments that are gate kept behind that definition in the medical system. And that's the line, isn't it? Right? You haven't heard like you know you've heard this complaint before, I imagine. You can do a lot of stuff to your body as a cisgender person without a doctor having to sign off on it. If you're an adult and you're you know you've got a wallet with money in it, and you're you know not declared legally insane or a ward of the state or whatever else, you can just run around doing whatever you want. You know, you can do a lot of stuff. And I think part of this is because we kind of look at all that and we think like, oh, well, that's just cosmetic, you know? Is it? Like, people don't go after significant cosmetic alterations without any kind of underlying psychological desire, right? The desire to have hair plugs put in could reflect an insecurity or a deep discomfort in your presentation as a man. Um, and that is a psychological factor that if you were being diagnosed for gender dysphoria, a doctor would ask you about. The kinds of things that a guy would say to a doctor if asked before going to get leg lengthening surgery and God knows where, you know, like imagine what conversation you would have with a doctor if you had to get a doctor's permission to get your legs lengthened, right? It wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, I want to, kablamo. Like if we're following by the standard of care set by how we treat trans people, it'd be like, well, okay, let's make sure you're not just chasing a trend here, you know? Okay, let's make sure this is born of an actual need and there isn't like another way of fixing this issue. Right? I hope you guys understand where I'm trying to come from here. You know, it's a complicated, uh, you know, words. Even then, none of the questions be about fetishes. That's true. Can you imagine if like every woman who wanted breast implants had to be given a questionnaire on whether she had like a fetish for lactation or for having big breasts, or like if a guy who wanted, say we had like the medical knowledge to make penises bigger, you know, can you imagine the questions they'd be asked if we were following by the standard of like transgender um you know, I think like one of the best examples of this, so there's this guy called Ollie London who right now is grifting as like a detransition advocate. Ollie London was a trans trender, but the trend that Ollie London was chasing was not being a woman, my friends. Ollie London was chasing the trend of being a BTS Korean member, a Korean K-pop star. Ollie London was the person who got a bunch of plastic surgery in order to make himself look more like I don't one of the BTS. I don't know their names. Um, and now he's detransitioning, and he's like he's doing the whole thing on social media where he's like you know, look at how much damage transitioning did to me. Shouldn't our children be protected from that? And it's literally because this person is not mentally well. They were approached by like a conservative advocacy group and offered money in order to do this, and that's what they're doing. Like obviously it's that simple. Jimin, is that the name of this? superfan who spent $250,000. Now, guys, did this person need to go to a doctor and get a gender dysphoria diagnosis? And if not, why? Because they needed it a fuckload more than a lot of the trans people in this community, I'll tell you that much. There are tons of people who ruin their lives with ill-advised medical decisions born out of a deep discomfort with their body. We specifically gatekeep the trans people. And that has nothing to do with a consistent medical standard and everything to do with the social deviancy associated with being transgender. That's not to say there shouldn't be any kind of medical gatekeeping, for example. I'm actually perfectly okay with, in some circumstances, a doctor, asking some questions or there being some consideration or some therapy, especially if they're lower than 18 or whatever. But honest to God, I feel like I kind of would like that for a lot of medical procedures that aren't life-saving, right? Like, because if you actually think about it, it's like, okay, like, maybe there'd be some benefit to somebody having like a little sit-down questionnaire before getting like $100,000 in facial like plastic surgery or whatever. I mean, maybe. I guess I don't know how exactly that would be applied. I don't want to make any strong statements on that, but I like thinking about it. If you start from first principles and think, okay, we have to set up a system where like doctors will interview and get like the mental well-being status of people before they do certain surgeries. Like, do we stop only with trans people or do we do this kind of broadly? And it's like, well, I don't know. There are kind of some like weird preset expectations here. With all of that being said, hold on. Vosh, you saying you want it to be considered as cosmetic surgery? I don't think the line between cosmetic surgery and non-cosmetic surgery is as clean cut as a lot of people think it is. And that's why I'm talking about this. For example, if a person has a severe facial deformity that could be fixed with a cosmetic surgery, the ability to do that may literally determine whether they kill themselves or not. Now, under those circumstances, could you fairly say it was just cosmetic? The truth is, for the most part, people don't go in for expensive procedures if it's purely cosmetic. Usually there's a psychological reason underlying everything from tattoos to hairstyles to pedicures. But we're talking different levels of severity, obviously. I'm just saying that rather than sort things by severity, we've chosen instead to sort things by whether they're trans or not. You get me? Minor trans procedures are gatekept, while major not trans procedures are not gatekept. And it's like, okay, yeah. Vosh, your keloids? Still have keloids on my right ear. And, while I am a generally pretty confident person, I won't lie. Obviously, having keloids on my ear now, I'd prefer they not be there. I don't think they're particularly attractive. I don't think about them that much, and they don't bother me that much, but I don't, I don't care for them. And their presence, if maybe if I was a little more sensitive about them, that could significantly affect my social engagement with others, my psychological well-being. But removing them would undeniably be a cosmetic surgery. So I ask again, like, what is actually the difference between the two? I know there's a blurry line. I know there's like a hazy cloud where we move from highly necessary, heart surgery or whatever, to not. But it's an anti-essentialization thing. I just don't like unjustifiably strong distinctions between categorically similar things. No, I mean, it was a surgery, but it didn't require psychological evaluation. I was trying to give an example to add to your point. Oh, yeah. I asked because this could seriously affect whether trans people get their procedures covered by insurance. Well, hold on. Obviously, I think trans people's medical procedures should be covered by insurance. Though obviously, even there we draw distinctions, don't we? I think that stuff like facial feminization surgery, breast implants, hormone therapy, bottom surgery, like stuff like that could be. But what about like every single conceivable procedure that might in some way enhance the femininity of their body? What about liposuction to increase their hip to waist ratio? What about I don't know that much about plastic surgery. I'm sure you could think of like, well, here's like 27 things now. Are all of them considered like essential transgender life-saving surgery? Well, better to err on the side of caution. And this may surprise you guys. I'm actually an advocate for free healthcare. So, if we're really getting to the heart of my positions here, this wouldn't really be like an issue. But, you know, in the system we have now, obviously, I'm fully of the opinion that transgender healthcare should be covered. I just, I just can't help but wonder if like there's a lot of other really, you know, um, really important stuff that could be covered as well that affect people in a way that's quite comparable to the way gender dysphoria affects trans people. And I'm only saying all of this, by the way, to point out that the system of medical gatekeeping for trans people is unjustifiable, it's wrong, and it's harmful, and also that you know, like the ultimate, like the fundamental model of what should determine whether or not a trans person gets a procedure they want is if they want that, because that is what we have for everyone else. The only question for Ollie London was, did he want it? That was the only question that mattered. Did he want it, and did he have the money for it? Psychiatrists do not prescribe cosmetic surgery for BDD. Huh? Perry Chan, you can't really argue against what I'm saying by talking about current medical practice because I'm arguing against the standards used for current medical practice. Also, by the way, guys, if you're not just guys, if you're feeling really depressive, you'll never guess what one of the things that can reliably improve your life and lower your depressive standards are. Exercise. It's exercise. Not just because the act of exercise, you know, moves endorphins through your body, but also because, generally speaking, people tend to feel better when they feel better about how they look. Now, when it comes to being in physical shape, there's no cheat code to that. You know, you have to kind of actually exercise. But no, I don't think that's true at all. I think I have explicitly heard from friends that therapists have encouraged them to get like a nose job if they were persistently insecure about their nose for like years and years and years. Like if a person's just been insecure about their nose and feels like ass about it and over, like just and that's just consistently a thing. Like, and a therapist, like the patient would bring up, I've been considering getting a nose job, and the therapist would be like, if you feel that'd be good for you, then maybe it would be. I've heard that before. Denial, no screen. There's a lot of variability out there. But isn't it a good indicator for the fact that non-trans related cosmetic procedures have a significantly higher regret rate? Or is that because of the lack of gatekeeping? Well, to an extent, gatekeeping probably does lower the regret rate. That is true. We just don't have any evidence to the idea that it would be like sky high without any gatekeeping. But additionally, that's probably also because we hold on. That's probably also because of the like stories that we tell about a lot of stuff regarding cosmetic surgeries. I don't know. Doesn't it seem a little bit strange that when we talk about a transgender person getting, oh, by the way, facial feminization surgery is objectively a cosmetic surgery. Like, I hope there's no, you know, you can argue it's vital and life saving, and I wouldn't disagree, but I mean, obviously it is cosmetic surgery. You're doing the same thing that plastic surgeons do with everyone else. Um, and you can have a cis and a trans person who get it. But what's weird is like if a trans person gets facial feminization surgery in a way that makes her more happy with her appearance, that's like a life milestone, you know? Trans women will put like facial feminization surgery dates on their like Tinder bio or not Tinder, more like Twitter, I guess. No, Tinder too, honestly. They'll be like, "Yeah, I got this and it's my journey and so on and so forth, and I'll read donations shortly." And when cisgender people get plastic surgery, none of this happens. Like at all. In fact, getting cosmetic facial surgery as a cisgender person is kind of like shameful a little bit. I mean, maybe if you're correcting some kind of like severe physical abnormality, not. But when I see people talk about cosmetic surgery on other people, I see, for the most part, you know, people are quite negative. It's seen as vain. It's seen as self-absorbed and obsessive, and I don't know if that can really be justified. That distinction, you know? Yeah, even in Hollywood where it's normal, like it's expected that you keep that shit quiet, like under wraps. Yeah. I agree with this line of reasoning for adults, but I think for minors it's a different story. I agree some degree of gatekeeping is necessary for trans minors, 100%. I've heard trans people say they prefer it to be called reconstructive surgery. I get that, Tempest, but that comes. I don't know if I necessarily like that. It's not reconstruction, right? Like that's not what's happening. Like that means a different thing. But then it's like, well, we're reconstructing the imaginary, like universally valid female face I had. Look, okay, we're not, but we can't break every egg in the carton. Okay, does everyone get the point that I was getting at? So you're saying that regret rate for cis cosmetic surgeries is because of social stigma? I definitely think that influences it to an extent. The narratives that we tell about the procedures that we have done massively influence the way that we feel about it, for sure. Absolutely, 100%. Um, I like keep in mind nothing that I've said here in any way, shape, or form. None of it indicates that I'm like denigrating the validity or importance or severity of transgender surgeries, cosmetic or otherwise. That's clearly not what I'm saying if you're listening to me in good faith. I mean, I've been such an active advocate for the accessibility of these surgeries. The only thing that I'm saying is that I think that we are doing everyone, cis and trans people, a disservice by enforcing an arbitrary categorization that leads to unjustifiable medical gatekeeping in one case, and also a lack of empathy because it makes gender dysphoria out to be some unknowable, unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating like social integration and so on and so forth, right? So, yeah, that's the point. You need a new chair? No, I don't. It's fine. It's perfect, even. Some requests for surgery should be replaced with psychiatric treatment, though, like the guys who inject oil into their biceps. You mean the synth oil people? Yes. I had these guys on my mind while I was talking about gender dysphoria in cisgender people, because I would find it difficult to imagine that anyone would do this to themselves for any reason other than a severe discomfort with like gendered attributes about their body. Obviously, like being hypermuscular is considered a masculine characteristic, so they've injected oil into their body. It's just balloons. It's not good for you, if you could believe that. Probably shouldn't do this. It doesn't sound like Vosh understands gender dysphoria, though, because he compared it to insecurity. Insecurity can be valid and needs to be addressed, but some people who are trans go way too far and never actually cure their GD because they have actual BDD. That is an unrealistic view of their body no surgery will cure. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, Perry Chan. Insecurity can influence the way people feel about their body, and a large part of gender dysphoria is the way people feel about their body. Obviously, highly insecure people will probably feel heightened gender dysphoria because they're more insecure. These concepts don't like overlap to each other or one to one, but um there's still like a degree of synchronicity there, I think. Do you really think that in general, BDD in cis people is 99% as intrinsic slash immutable and debilitating as gender dysphoria is for trans people? Hungamaster, not all trans people even have gender dysphoria. And here's another question. How much of gender dysphoria is biological and how much of it is social? Or to put it another way, if you took every trans person on Earth and set them down in the middle of an infinite forest where none of them would make contact with any other human ever, how many of them would feel an innate discomfort with their body, and how many of them, in the absence of any social critique, wouldn't? From what I can see, and from what I've seen, it seems like it's a pretty big mix of both, and it's really difficult to tell. Sometimes people are like the gender dysphoria, the discomfort with one's body is this like innate intrinsic incongruity between the way they feel and the way they physically are shaped. And sometimes it is largely or heavily, and from some people I've heard even entirely, a product of social ostracization, of being raised in an environment where your body and your behavior and your identity is considered invalid. But yeah, the reason why I don't like doing this, like, well, is it as bad for this group as it is for this group, is because I don't think the evidence we have right now justifies a different, an aggressively distinct categorization based on presumptions of severity. I guess to put it another way, like, if a trans person had very minor gender dysphoria, should that mean that their bottom surgery and their facial feminization surgery or whatever not be covered as anything other than cosmetic surgery? Like, if you could magically determine that they were only very minorly dysphoric, would you go, well, in your case, then never mind. This is all cosmetic because you're not that dysphoric. So yeah, like, you're paying for it out of pocket. Because that would be the logical conclusion, all right? If we could somehow, like, magically, perfectly assign everyone by these categorizations rather than going by group assumptions. To be clear, cosmetic surgery should be covered. Yes, in an ideal world, the term cosmetic surgery probably wouldn't even exist because I feel like it's born mostly out of insurance company bullshit. Are you saying being trans is not inherently genetic? I do not think that being trans is inherently genetic, no. You don't think hormone differences influence people's own perception of gender at all? Well, I did say there was a genetic factor, making it a bit more than social. Well, I did say there was a genetic factor to it, so... By genetic, I mean, like, your body composition, the hormones, that you feel or whatever. I'm genuinely confused. How can someone be trans without first experiencing what the medical community calls gender dysphoria? Because you could, theoretically, if you're not a trans medicalist, you could believe that a person could look like me and then choose, with no discomfort about the way their body is, to identify as a woman and then to live as a woman. Obviously, such people are not that common, but there are trans people who, I guess I would say, like, settle towards androgyny in terms of presentation and nonetheless fully identify socially as, a man, woman, or whatever else, which would indicate, like, the place where they want to be at socially and the level that they want their body to meet the standards associated with that place are not, like, totally synchronous. Does that mean it's not an intrinsic identity? No! I don't know what is an intrinsic identity. How would you respond to people who argue this line of reasoning extends credence to that social contagion theory stuff? I have a line about that in my ultimate research document. And by line, I mean 3 paragraphs. Doot, 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 doot. Essentially, my argument is that everything about a person's identity and beliefs is heavily influenced by their environment. Can you guys think of something that isn't? Legit. Dick size? People's comfort with their dick size absolutely varies. The Romans thought big dicks were attractive. The Greeks thought small dicks were attractive. I bet you that in Roman society there were way more guys who were insecure and I sort of like deeply, not just deeply insecure. People kill themselves over this. Like, really unhappy with their dick size than they were in Greece. Like, obviously, yeah. I don't think it's all, like, borne out inherently. I thought this whole issue was behind us in the trans community. Thought most people understood that if someone wants to transition, dysphoria doesn't matter. Yeah, well, if someone wants to transition, if they're an adult, like, I think an adult should just be able to do what they want. Like, the same way it is for literally all other medical procedures. Romans liked small dicks and thought big dicks were barbaric. I thought that was the Greeks, and the Romans liked the big dicks. Vosh being transsexual is an inherent thing, and it is not at its core an identity. It's a psychological thing where the brain sex is misaligned with the body. Yeah, I don't like that rhetoric. It's not as simple as, like, pink brain, blue body shit, right? In reality, like if a person is interested in living as the opposite sex, getting all of the surgery and hormones associated with that, I don't think that is just born of like a defect in their brain. I think social factors can influence that. I think it's possible for a person who is like perfectly comfortable with their body to also go like, wow, okay, I guess I'll live like as a female now because, you know, whatever. Like if you can imagine some kind of sci-fi future world where it would be possible to change your sex really easily, like would the only people doing that be people born with a defect that makes them want to, or would suddenly it be really easy and convenient and frequent for people to change their sex based arbitrarily on what they're interested in at that time? The social normalization of that kind of behavior would probably also take away a lot of the stigma. I have a feeling it would be quite popular. I mean, fuck. Like, listen to how many, like, guys, cisgender guys, by the way, are like, dude, if I was like a girl for one day, I'd like squeeze my boobies. People in the trans community like to say, oh, those are all eggs. No, they're not. The honest truth is, wanting to be the other sex for a time, or like being curious about it, or if it could be a button you could press on and off, basically everyone would at some point press that button, because why the fuck not? Because it's like a dumb thing you could do. Because you could like like if you were like born female, you could be like, I wonder how much it really hurts to get hit in the balls. Hits button, punches dick, immediately smacks button back, never touches it again. I don't think people. No, but like okay, how do I put it? I actually think people who think that's egg behavior are engaging in a kind of transmedicalism against themselves. Everyone would do that. Like, if you don't think so, like, if you really think in a sci-fi world where you could hit a button and switch your, like, whole body and sex, that only 0.1% of the population would ever do that, that's a really dumb thing to think, I think, you know? Um, the idea of being transsexual might not even exist in a future where that technology is available because, like, what would be the need for the social categorization? Just hit the button, right? Like, yeah, like, yeah, a transsexual is defined by a person who's hit the button an odd number of times rather than an even number of times, thus meaning that the button position they've settled at is different from the one they start. Like, okay, like what, you know, like what? All right. Should the trans people that don't have dysphoria have the same priority and access to medicine for those who do have actual dysphoria? Yes, I think so. I feel like this line hurts those who have dysphoria, especially with the hormone shortages. Well, you're the one arguing that like we set up a system of medical gatekeeping to determine dysphoria and then line trans people up based on the extent to which the institutional like medical diagnosis system determines they're worthy of that. Like you're the one arguing in favor of the construction of a medical bureaucracy that exclusively harms and affects trans people. What, like how else could one, like a sorting axis of how dysphoric a person is or something? um a lot of people are saying in response to Vosh, a lot of people responding seem entirely unaware of the existence of non-binary people. It's really weird, Arma. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's been a while since we talked about this exactly, but well, I feel like if nothing else, we covered some interesting conceptual ground. Hey Vosh, I'm a trans man, and I've been pondering this for years. Theoretically, a cis person could want the opposite genitals that they have and still want to live, be addressed, to be respected as their assigned gender, right? Like a cis woman theoretically could want a penis and balls and still want to be respected. 100%, yeah. And again, if there was more like medical variability, if it was easier to do stuff like that, God, how many cis women have I met in my life who said like, dude, it'd be so much fun to have a dick? They're not trans. We're talking like a large number of the cisgender women that I've talked to or been friends with at some point in their life have been like, ah, yeah, that'd be cool. It doesn't make them trans. They're not going to transition. Maybe one of them over time, but like, no, that's just human psychological. We're just broader than that. I just don't think trans people are that different from cis people. I feel like they have an extremely, in many cases, not even at all, in many cases, an extremely elevated expression of some like negative feelings that people have, and that obviously like the restitution of those negative feelings, the alleviation of them, that should be like considered very important, very valid, but If we go down the scale and we start talking about trans people who don't have dysphoria, it's like, okay, well, are they valid then? Well, I certainly think so, because because I'm a fucking gender abolitionist. So dear Lord, here come the essay. But yeah, I feel like we probably covered the topic about as well as we can. The chat, holy shit. Well, I'm glad people are engaging with the subject. Why is Abigail being misgendered by fellow trans people? Because they're psychotic. Oh boy, your emails are going to be fun tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure. No, Vosh, I think you misunderstand the core problem for trans people. Is sex the social stuff? Is an extension of it onto Rhino? You're projecting. Transsexual. First of all, we're talking about trans people, not transsexual people. When I say transsexual, I'm distinguishing like that as people who want to live as the opposite sex and don't just like identify as a gender other than that which they were assigned at birth. Transsexual and transgender are categories that often overlap, but they're not the same category like exactly. Like there are some differences. Um and I have said many times that there are absolutely people who have like a hormonal or biological inclination towards wanting to live as the opposite sex. So I don't see what the issue is. Obviously, a ton of this is social. Um, Saying it's social doesn't mean it's fake. By the way, are we still we're past the point where we hear social construct and think that means it's fake, right? We don't need to run down that gamut again. Obviously, something being a social construct doesn't make it fake. Our set of ethics is arbitrarily constructed. Like, like clearly, if arbitrarity meant invalidity, then none of this would then none of this would anything. Wouldn't nothing nothing. So like we have to. Bosch, but medical transition is extremely important. I would kill myself without hormones. I study sociology. Please, I understand the socially constructed aspect. Please, Rhino, what have I said that invalidates what you've said? At what point? At what point have I said like, there aren't trans people who need like when have I said that? What's more, by the way, Rhino, I don't want to invalidate your identity, but you should know this if you study sociology. You have no clue how social it is. Every psychological condition is variably social, environmental, and inherent, internal, and there's no way to tell which is which. Well, we can tell where things lean, but there's no way to go. This is 100% X and 0% Y. It's not possible. It can't be done. Any person with depression will have a mix of like internal chemical brain stuff and environmental stuff going on, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Hell, the definitions of ADHD, autism, depression, anxiety are all directly affected by the a degree to which those conditions affect your social well-being. Like that's the model for a lot of mental illness, mental conditions. It's does this express itself in you to the point that it causes you trouble in your life? Likewise with gender dysphoria. Obviously, if you went to a doctor and said this causes me no problems in my life whatsoever, they probably wouldn't give you the diagnosis that you were looking for. But it also means the line you're talking about, Rhino, was constructed by doctors, not measuring brain states, but writing down ideas, which means that there's a lot of arbitrarity and a lot of bias when it comes to how we determine whether or not something actually meets that set of criteria. We're really out here in the trenches. Maybe Zany Druid. I'd say for the most part, extreme gender dysphoria in trans people leans more intrinsic slash biological, while BDD in cis people leans more social. Do you disagree? Yeah, I don't like that categorical distinction. I don't think we even have the medical knowledge necessary to justify the idea that gender dysphoria isn't heavily socially conditioned. Like, haven't we talked anthropologically about like, I don't know, like ancient Polynesian societies where there was a third gender of people who you guys understand, I hope, that medical transition is a past century thing. The idea that the negative feelings associated with sex transition have been completely unaddressed for all of human history up until now seems pretty unlikely to me. I'd be willing to bet that people 1,000 years ago, in the right time and place, it's not like history is very transpositive, um, who were transsexuals, who wanted to live as the other sex, probably could significantly alleviate the negative feelings they had by living as the gender associated with that sex. So if you had, for example, somebody born female who wanted to be male, dick and balls and everything, that's not on the table for them, unfortunately. But they can put on, like, I don't know, a cool hat, whatever guys wore back then. And I think there are, like, we have like historical stories of like this being a thing that was done. And obviously in retrospect, we can't like draw the line between transsexual and transgender on people who died 1,000 years before either of these terms were invented. But at the same time, the idea that every transsexual throughout history has just killed themselves and the transgenders all just, dressed as the opposite sex and it's been that way up until like the 1920s just doesn't ring right with me. I don't think that's true. I feel like it's a lot more complicated than that. But it's complicated in a way that doesn't invalidate any of you fucking people. None of you, I swear to God, please. None of you are being invalidated. If you have an extreme psychological reliance on like hormone therapy or whatever, that's fine. Well, it's not great that you feel negative. I'm not saying that, but that's fine. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that, I'd go up to you and go like, oh yeah, well, you're the same as somebody who thinks they should work out more. I'm not saying that, in the same way that while anhedonia and sadness are emotions that every human experiences, I wouldn't talk to a person with suicidal depression and go, oh yeah, well, you're basically like my cousin Ted. My cousin Ted like did a really bad job at golf the other day and got sad. It would, however, be correct to say that the sadness that my cousin Ted and the anhedonia that my cousin Ted felt would be the same kinds of feelings the suicidally depressive person has, at least part of them. The suicidally depressive person would probably have other emotional experiences wrapped up in there, just way more. But obviously sadness is still on the table, so is anhedonia. Weird sound coming through your mic. Ah. Can we pull up gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 before we wrap up this conversation? Perry Chan, what do you disagree with me on? Vosh, would you agree that even if we got rid of the term dysphoria and said it's not real, that still wouldn't make bongers or conservatives more apt to be less of it? Yeah, obviously getting rid of it wouldn't just immediately fix transphobia. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just suggesting that there is a parallel of experience and that it's worthwhile to keep that in mind when we're talking about standards of medical gatekeeping and for shared human experience. If I'm hoping to live as a woman socially and get top/bottom surgery, would that make me transgender or transsexual? By my definition, that would make you both. But I'm just a cisgender guy. I think a lot of people, including myself, are having a hard time conceptualizing this, even though I agree transmedicalism is bad and such. Living with gender dysphoria is such a hard-hitting thing, and people are so used to refer to that thing as a tangible thing that distinguishes their experience into going the validity of medical intervention. Can we agree, as I expressed when we began this, that ADHD people and non-ADHD people often feel the same feelings, the same experiences, just to different extents and more often? But we have a different definition for ADHD. Like ADHD has a distinct medical categorization. Because of my diagnosis, I get Adderall. But that doesn't mean that Adderall couldn't be helpful to non-ADHD people sometimes, right? Obviously not, because people shop for it on the black market to help them with their medical exams. So there's a line there. If the line helps us describe some stuff, But people are usually willing to acknowledge that, like, okay, well, ADHD people feel this way. Non-ADHD people also often feel that way. It's just like a difference in thing. I just want that same standard to be applied when it comes to transgender people, cisgender people, dysphoria, dysmorphia, this collection of words that we have, because I think it would be very beneficial in the long run to understand the relationships between these things. Are you taking call-in debates on this topic? Absolutely not. Is that a good example? Not to assume, but I'm pretty sure there's like tangible things going on with the prefrontal cortex development ADHD people. No, Yo Marin, you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that ADHD people and non-ADHD people are the same. I'm saying that there's an underlying set of experiences that both of them have that are just elevated in ADHD people. They both exist on a spectrum. It's the same category. The feelings that they have are fundamentally the same. They differ in meaningful ways, but not in kind, not in category. Just wanted to make sure that my microphone was properly. Vosh, you taking nothing, nobody trans girls to talk about it, lol. I don't know what you mean. I'm curious, do you think a large number of people today who feel extreme gender dysphoria and a need to medically transition would not feel a need to medically transition or present as the gender they identify as in a society that had different cultural norms / gender roles than our present society? Yes, absolutely. I think a large number of people would feel a much lower desire to medically transition in a society that was more accommodating of transgender people and less gender like essentialist when it came to, well, a woman is when you have a pussy and a man is when you have a penis. Absolutely, I do. Likewise, I think people would be far less likely to, I don't know, kill themselves over their dick size if it weren't for porn reinforcing the idea that every man has a 9-incher or they might as well not even fuck. I think that these are similar in kind, not in extent. I'm not saying that there is no difference between gender transition and feeling insecure about your dick size. I'm talking about whether they're referring to the same underlying innate discomfort with the way your body is, especially in this case in a gendered sense. Dino, can I help you? mm. Bosh, I don't think anyone in chat disagrees that cis people don't also feel degrees of gender dysphoria. Really? We are arguing, I think, that the degree of debilitating gender dysphoria that trans people experience seem to be more intrinsic / immutable than the casual gender dysphoria that most cis people feel to a degree. But I haven't expressed the contrary position. I've literally said that there is probably an innate hormonal component to gender dysphoria for a lot of trans people. And I haven't said that about cis people. So I don't know why you'd assume the contrary position. Okay, but a squirt basically cum? No, it's all pee. Based on what seems like it's a guess to me. Oh my god. These types of convos are hard to have because it's so personal for so many. It might always feel invalidating. Yeah, the problem is people in my chat love to have the sociological imagination until it's about something they're in. Everybody has a lofty academic interest in breaking down the fundamental modes of society and engaging with them until they're in one of those modes, at which point every personal traumatic experience they've ever had suddenly becomes the most important thing in the world, and I'm not considering it. And like, come on, we've all been here before. Remember when I was talking to that playing with fire pickup artist guy, and I was talking about how a guy's propensity to rape might be influenced by his politics, and he just could not get it? Let Well, look, as arguing with chat goes, this has been more productive than 99.9% of the times this happens. So, it's I would say that unlike transgender surgeries, arguing with chat has a very high rate of regret, but in this case, I don't. I love you all. I'm being fucking shamed by chat Vosh. How the fuck do you think I feel? Then stop doing it, Lamau. These are difficult concepts. I don't want to like toot my own horn here because I talk about trans issues pretty often. And I'd like to think that I have like a decent head for some of these things, some modes of sociological analysis. I feel like the extent to which we engage with these topics here collectively in this community exceeds basically anywhere else on the internet. There are probably some like specific Substacks, Medium articles, and maybe some smaller channels. And obviously, every once in a while, a large video comes out from like a larger YouTuber like Contra or Abigail. But we do this in a live stream consistently with no script editing. And I think that we maintain a very high level of discourse here when it comes to gender theory. And I genuinely thank you all for that. It's very nice. Can I shame you? Well, you were going to anyway. So. All right, wait, we can't do any more questions. I definitely, undeniably ended the segment right there. Also, we have another thing to go over. Vosh, do you own the DSM-5? Like a physical copy? No. Lumi Rue's live stream is the only place I can think of. Lumi Rue is great. Lumi is great, yeah. Is stream going to end early again? No. Thank Jesus. Next topic. The next topic is going to be the breaking points video that I was going to go over before. The problem is that big mass donation from Sake Tanuki didn't show up in my feed. I don't know why. Everyone else's has. I have no idea why. Sometimes this happens. I remember that Sake Tanuki donated 20 tier 1 subs, which I really, really appreciate. What I don't remember is what was messaged along with it. And I know there was a link in there too. I saw it. I tried to copy it to my clipboard, but unfortunately, by the time I realized it hadn't gone to my feed, I scrolled up and I'd lost it in the chat, so. We wiped it like you have asked. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much, Sake. If you could possibly transcribe that, or at least provide the link, I'd appreciate it. Just watch the VOD and like type in the link from the video file. That'd be, whew. I don't know if I'm that thankful. Let me read donations. I'm sure Sake's watching. We'll type it in chat soon. Lumberjack M, thank you for the $5. 3 places at once. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Tart Key, thank you likewise. G Bearer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Love you too. Sake, the 2 tier 2 subs. Abigail Thorn deserves to get canceled for blocking and or disagreeing with you, thus spreading mental illness. True. Abigail Thorn hasn't blocked me, but she does participate in ribbing me on the Kill James Bond podcast, which I'm not happy about. Happy about. It's so weird listening to a podcast while I'm getting chores done, like doing work, like just having a nice day. And then randomly, the people in the podcast I'm listening to insult me by name. And it's a podcast episode that came out like 8 months ago. That feels so fucking strange. You guys have you could never understand. Literally, you couldn't, because this is distinct to like online figures who are famous. It's very, very weird and quite hurtful because it's like, I'm on my off time, you know what I mean? Like if I was here at the computer, like on Twitter, it's like, okay, well, Twitter is a battleground, but I'm just listening to podcasts. Like I'm just chilling. Yeah. There you go. Sake, thank you. I've got the link. I'll put that in the thing. You knew it would happen? Well, I didn't think I was on bad terms with Abigail. What do they say, Vosh? They talk shit about other content creators too? Yes, Keffels. That tells you anything. Regra Sinks, thank you for the very kind $10. Dysphoria is severe discouragement, and dysmorphia is something wrong with shape or awareness, which can cause dysphoria in people. I know that on the bare plate, there's a bit more like linguistic, like medical distinction between those terms, but I'm really trying to talk about like the underlying experience, you know? if you get diagnosed for gender dysphoria, it's because you had a talk with a doctor, and the talk you're having with your doctor is basically you saying how much it upsets you that your body is the way it is. I'm generalizing, but yeah, that is broadly what it is. So it pulls back in. Edgar Sings, thank you for the additional $10. Very kind of you. Trans Ben Shapiro with the $2 says poor kids don't exist. I agree. Spyro with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Hey Vosh, first time subbing, and honestly the reason why is because I wanted to ask where the shirts you've been showing off are from. Love the streams. They are from Forever 21. I got every shirt they had that was in the exact fit and with the same material as the one that I'm wearing right now. Um, I actually like them a lot because they fit my body. The XLs aren't super big. I've always had trouble finding shirts that feel like they fit me really well because I'm tall, which means the shirt has to be long to cover my belly, and I have wide shoulders, which means it has to be wide. But, guys, I'm not really fat anymore. So, ideally, I'd prefer they not be like big rectangular tubes that hang down from my shoulders like, you know, like, like a, like a, like drapery. Caden, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Hope you sober up soon. Charlotte96, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Sorting Algorithms, the tier 1 sub. Anti with the $10. When is the horse stream? Not likely to happen. I don't think I could fit one up here. Player21, thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. A big howdy and much love from a loyal Voshite in Arkansas heart. Thank you very much. You're how many people are there in Arkansas? I have the impression of it being a rather unpopulated state. Okay, so that's like what, 1/10 of Arkansas that's a Voshite? That's pretty good. Take off your shirt. Nice try. Real gender euphoria is when you're a guy and you're wearing a tight shirt so that your biceps stretch out the material a little bit, even if you don't have any like me. I think my arm is like 14 inches around or something. Like it's not like a skinny arm, but it's definitely not like a muscular arm. But I haven't worked out in like a year and a half, so I feel like we can get there. I have wide shoulders not because I work out, but because I'm large. But yeah. What is that bruise? Um, where? Oh, here? I have no idea. I have bruises all over my arms and legs, and I don't know why. Lucky Axolotl, thank you for the $5. In my little story project I'm doing, there's a race of people who can biologically change their sex based on how they feel, like how some fish do it. Hell yeah. Bro, what? I carry a lot of heavy stuff around the house. I probably just bump it into me, and I don't really care. Like, I don't notice it that much. I don't know if it's probably like I'm very pale. I'm a very pale guy. So it's probably just like I'm getting thumped and I don't think about it. That would explain why it's all on my like I swore I have one on my left arm as well. I have them on my thighs, but they're a bit far up. When did you last get labs done? Recently. I'm perfectly healthy. Um Test Trekkie, thank you so much for the 31 Australian. That's really, really kind of you. Abigail's cosmonaut video is often overlooked, but it has literally saved the lives of so many people thinking of unaliving themselves. Yes, Abigail's cosmonaut video was quite nice. It was very good. I don't the way in which it discusses the topic isn't quite the way that I think about it on a personal level, not an ideological level. So it doesn't resonate much with me, but I can see very clearly, it's a very important video for a lot of people. Danielle, good baby. Um, God's Truth Seeker, thank you for the $10. During a time like this when trans rights are under attack and people are advocating for minors to med transition, I, I'm okay with minors taking hormone blockers and therapy, hormone therapy. Is this a discourse worth discussing? You basically confirm the social thing cons say. Oh, God. I guess it's been a while since we've talked about this. To be clear, like, being trans is socially influenced like everything else. Like, this is literally what the term compulsive heterosexuality is. The idea that because our society is so monolithically heterosexual, people who aren't just live that way their whole lives, or at least a big portion of their lives, because it's just the default. And that is a social thing. Being gay and straight are both influenced by the social experiences you have. You can't be trans without knowing what being trans is. You can have a discomfort with your body, but the associated terminology and conceptualization, that is a not modern phenomena, but it's definitely like a specific one that different societies have dealt with in different ways. Two-Spirit with the Native American Indians, with the third gen, blah, blah. So there's, it's that's not validating anything conservative, but I don't want to lie and like falsely medicalize trans people just to I don't know, to pretend. We have to run through these donuts way faster, or we are never getting to that Breaking Points video. Slashy with the $5. Transgenderism is an entire fetish and a trope. Conservatives would probably lose their mind. Ranma 1/2 and Camphor. I have no idea what you mean, but it is true that trans people are in fact a category on porn sites. Probably where a lot of Americans first heard about them. The Random Rabbit, thank you for the $10. Theoretically, such tech would also decrease the amount of sexism in society significantly. No one would ever be able to know if someone's biological sex was always male or female. Yeah, I don't know how sexism could survive in a society where people change their sexes like on a whim. Prism Brush with a very, very kind $50. I really appreciate that. My goodness. Here's an example. I'm a cis woman and I got sterilized because even being able to reproduce did not match with the way I'm meant to be a woman. I legit felt anguish until I was affirmed surgically. I'm not supposed to fill that biological or social role. Yeah, well, there you go. That'd be an example right there. And of course, well, actually, I was about to say you don't need to go through medical gatekeeping to be sterilized as a cis woman, but you actually do, but it's mostly from sexism. Like, I'm pretty sure, isn't it like some places won't give you a hysterectomy unless your husband signs off on it or something like that? And that's not justifiable. That's completely unjustifiable. So let us not use the existence of sexism to justify the existence of transphobia. That's, it's like, well, I'm lost, the tier 1 sub. What are your views on free will? I don't know. I think we should live as though we have free will. I don't know if it's possible for us to ever develop the like higher category understanding to confirm that belief. But I think we should live as though we can. Juice Hadamijo. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Juniper, thank you for the 11 Canadian. When are you doing a collab stream with German 985? Ugh, I wish. And Little Joel, will you play Among Us? I wish. Excuse me. Charlotte 96, the $10. I bought something rad, Vosh. What's this? Oh, a flippy knife. I've heard of these. Thanks, Juice. Yeah, those are super cool. Yeah. It even has a whetstone. Nice. Flippy. Flip, flip. Flip, flip. I like it. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs says, I had plastic surgery on my chin when I had jaw surgery to fix a misalignment of my lower and upper jaw. No underlying psychiatric condition, just matched face. Nice. Well, the fact that is open to you and an option to you is a freedom that every American should get to have, in my humble opinion. It's just so wild to me that you can get, like, there are reasons you can get estrogen and testosterone that require basically no medical gatekeeping, but if it's for being trans, then all of a sudden it's like wait times and everything. Smelani, thank you for the $5. I just got accepted to a study abroad program this summer. Nice! Hope you have a good time over there. Make the most of it. MSDXR with the incredibly kind 20 gifted tier 1 subs and the very rare associated message. Most struggle to understand mental health and place those with disorders into categories distinct from themselves based on the perception they are the norm. Yeah, it's the categorization. It's the box making, really. I think that leads to a lot of bad perceptions when it comes to medicine and treatment. Yeah, I fully agree. Travis Cunningham with the $10. Hey Vosh, I'm a healthcare worker trying to get broad attention to vulnerable folks in Maine being brutalized. Uploaded a video. Maine needs help by philosopher fuck. Help please. That's a pretty novel approach of yours to not link the video, but rather to give me its title and the person who made it. I don't know how I can help by watching that video. I won't watch it because I wouldn't watch a YouTube video even if you linked it on account of the dono. But I hope that you're able to get support. That's a bad precedent to set. With regards to allocated stream times. If you listen to my chat, they'll tell you, you know, I don't even stream enough. Perry Chan, thank you for the $5. Don't worry, I love you too. Imagine if Abby had said that about ADHD. I think that Abigail Thorn poorly communicated the idea by saying that gender dysphoria doesn't exist. Obviously, any category or term can exist if we make it to. I mean, that's what social constructs are. What she should have said was like the distinction is unwarranted, or like the category importance is not as great as it is said to be. Campus Xcape, thanks the $5. Rad Shirts Dog. Thank you. Rob36, the $10. My cats died last year, so your cat's presence on stream brought so much joy. Have you always been a cat person, or do you like dogs about as much? I used to like them about as much, but then I started living with cats, and now I adore them and couldn't live without them. Happy to bring that pleasure. JLord42, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Just got a job, so here's the obligatory Vosh tax. Thank you. In all seriousness, I love you and I hope you're doing well. No parasocial Reno, I promise. Gotcha, so noted. Sake with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Also in a society where one's sex could be instantly and reversibly changed, bottoms would be way less annoying online as it wouldn't be special to be one anymore. True. Oh god. Bottoms with their immaculate bottom prep when faced with the button that gives them a pussy. Would I work for TYT? No. Juice Karamiho with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Peace be upon you, Voshites. Peace be upon you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And now we're almost done. Sake with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Every Vosh segment that goes on too long. This channel is a gold mine. What is this? What the fuck is this? We're doing bits? We're doing bits, I think.
No, now you're up. Your tongue. I said your tongue is in her asshole. Why would my tongue be in there? That's because your tongue is far in there. My tongue has never been up anybody's asshole, but I could try.
What the fuck is this? From Tossa Pixel, Noel, your Valley of okay, I have no idea. I have no idea. 7 of spades, the $3. Stolen art or human art? What? Researchers translate brainwaves into scarily accurate images using stable diffusion AI. Hold on. Wait, this is bullshit. If they're using stable diffusion AI in order to generate these images, then all that actually means is they'd be able to, you could pull like one nugget of brain information and then give that to Stable Diffusion. Stable Diffusion be like, oh, plane. So this is an image of a plane. Oh, so like do and like construct an image of a plane, right? Like I don't think this counts because like it's not actually building it from the brainwaves. All it has to do is take a tiny bit of information from brainwaves, and then it will just like transcribe onto it. It's kind of like how there was that Samsung phone that came out recently that has a mode that's for viewing the moon, but when you look at it, it uses AI art to pull images of the moon from a database and transpose it onto the moon. I should do a segment on that, actually. It's super fucked up. Juice, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Oh god, I'm reading Dono so slow today. I'm sorry. What is this? Vosh explains ace materialism to chat. Yeah. They edited that in, okay? I don't fart that loud. Okay. God damn it. You know what? I'm going to do this super quick too because I want to. All right, hold on. All right. Normally these segments take ages, but this one's going to be real lickety split quick, okay? Because I'm not listening to you AI art people gaslight me again, okay? So this is a bit of an old story, by which I mean 9 days, which is an old story in like internet terms. Basically, Samsung recently came out with a mode on the phone that allows you to take quote unquote really good pictures of stuff in space, and it turns out that it's cheating, and it's cheating using AI art. Okay, so here, look, here's a Reddit post. Okay, Reddit is down the hall to the left, and we're here now. All right, so this person downloaded a high-res image of the moon from the internet right here. That is indeed a high-res image. Also, wow, the moon really is beautiful, isn't it? It's just, it's actually like really mesmerizing when you take it in. It's actually just a really beautiful, like, we're really blessed to have this overhead. Shame we can't see it that well with our human eyes, but you know, um, that's what we have, I guess, cameras for and stuff. Um, so this fine individual right here then took that image and applied a Gaussian blur. So what this does is it destroys information. This isn't a filter, so for most of you know this, but there's no filter over this moon. All of the detail that you don't see here is destroyed. Do you understand? It no longer exists. So if one were to categorize this and extract the greatest possible amount of information that you could, it could never look better than it does right here. This is the best that it can look from this point. Then, this fine individual full screened the image on their monitor, this 170 by 170 pixel image, this image, full screened it on the monitor, you know, made it big, okay? Moved to the other end of the room, turned off all the lights, zoomed into the monitor, and voila, this is the image I got. Now, how exactly is this Samsung phone getting this image off of this? I assume the reason why it's gotten orange is because of the monitor tint, or possibly a number of other figures, but you will also notice there's detail here that doesn't exist in the blurred image. Some of the craters, the pockets, this image cannot be derived from this image. Keep in mind that this is a photo being taken. Or is it? Well, obviously it's not. Basically the phone is using an archive of images of celestial bodies to not upscale, because you can't actually really enhance an image, but rather to make it up. This is not a picture. This is something pretending to be a picture. In reality, it's referencing an archive of pictures of our moon and transcribing them and imposing them onto this image, replacing the picture. In essence, a picture was taken of this by a phone, and then in the instant the photo was taken, it goes, okay, and it adds this on top of it. Because that is how they get a higher quality moon photo from a camera phone with a lens the size of a pencil eraser. There are physical limits to how much light you can intake with a camera of that size. It's not a digital, it's not magic. There are like light is physical. And they're using AI art to upscale and enhance the resolution. Now, this is terrible. The idea of somebody getting to amateur astronomical photography and taking a bunch of fake pictures kind of makes me like sick to think about. Keep in mind here, this is being done without the input, request, or like knowledge of the people taking the pictures. Imagine if every time you went out like hiking and you took a picture of a beautiful deer you saw, but it was like a bit, you know, it wasn't a perfect picture, but it was your picture. And then the phone like gets a picture of a deer from the internet and like transcribes it on. So every photo that you'd take wouldn't even be of what you saw. It would just be of like tell a computer to give you a better version of the thing you saw. It's a deeply inhuman thing, and the fact that they're doing it without even telling you is really disgusting. Yeah, imagine somebody being so happy for the pictures they made, then later realizing they've been played. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Why does it matter if you can't tell? Because... No, I'm not taking the bait. Never mind. Your phone already does this. You have an iPhone, so all your pictures already do a ton of AI enhancement. No, 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 no. Okay. First of all, your phone pictures will already do enhancements. Obviously, there are filters. You can do like the portrait mode that it does light balancing, all that crap. But there is a huge difference between doing that and dynamically imposing other images onto the image you have. I think most people would agree that it's fine for a camera to have like a set of default settings that adjust like focal length, light intake to try to get you the best shot you've taken. But the shot you've taken is the shot you've taken, you know? If you don't add like anything additional to that or Photoshop it, if you want to do like a Snapchat filter, you usually have to choose to add that on. I'm not aware of any like phone camera that automatically does like face skin smoothing with no, like literally like as the default photo mode. And if there is, I also think that's horrible, by the way. Imagine not being able to take a picture of like your grandmother without her looking like some kind of yassified monster because your camera's decided that everyone who doesn't have perfectly smooth skin should kill themselves. It's yeah. My phone selfie camera literally does. I hate it. Okay, then you know what? I hate all of this. However, I still feel like this is one of the more like overt and unjustifiable examples of this general tendencies. What you're describing is also what AI enhancement does. I agree the moon thing is cringe, but you're just describing all AI enhancement. Then I don't like... Wait, no. Well, that's not true. Like, if I took a selfie of myself, there may be, like, phone settings that change how the image comes out, but it wouldn't go, oh, this is an image of Vosh. Let me search Google for an image of Vosh and use that as a reference transcription because I know what Vosh looks like. So I can... Because that's what it's doing here. It knows what the moon is looking like because it has a reference database. It's not enhancing this. It's taking this, scrubbing it out, and then like using the database to construct an image basically from scratch because there was nothing to build it on top of except for the shape. That's a lot worse than what's typically done with how like faces are changed. Why are you so scared of AI art? All right, Farsight, you've been cringe for too long. I'll accept a lot of bullshit, but not an AI art. Be gone for half a year. Remember, an AI would have banned you for longer. It was only my human spirit that exerted any mercy. Bosch, the camera gets the info for how to enhance you from a database, and it does this just on the default camera mode. Well, and then I'm calling... Okay, listen. I'm the first guy doing this. I'm calling out pictures as a concept, okay? I still think this is terrible. You can't possibly believe this is okay. Enhancement versus replacement is night and day. Yeah, this isn't enhancement. It's adding details where they don't exist. That's not the same. It's not... This isn't enhancement. They're just replacing the image. So enhancement? No, it's not enhancement. Enhancement would be like sharpening, or would be like taking information based on the focal length of an image to determine what should be like more emphasized than else. Or it could be like auto color grading. It's taking the information that's already there and altering it. This is just replacing the information. It's the difference between putting a color filter over it like an existing image and replacing it with a new one. That's AI enhancement though. Photonite, shut up! It's clearly different. No, adding a filter and using a database to superimpose a new image are not the same. I don't care how much more you know than me. Your pedantry is obscuring knowledge. You're destroying meaning. These are different. They're legitimately similar, like predicting features of a body from an image with limited resolution. It's impossible to enhance the image, but it can create a likely representation from an image. Yeah, well, it would depend on what it did with that information, you know. Augmentation would be a better word than enhancement, I think. Maybe, yeah. There are actually a lot of tech bros in astronomy who low-key want to use stuff like this on real data. Why? What 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 possible purpose could AI image replacement have? You can't get more data than the pictures that are taken of these celestial bodies. In a while since I've read postmodern stuff, but isn't this part what of the simulacrums? This is okay. This is 1984 is what it's about. Rare Vosh L. What is wrong with you people? The enhanced image has better information from it. No, it has the wrong info. Why is Danil screaming? God. He screams for attention. Can you give it to him? Huh? Editors, keep all that in. This is like that bit from the original Blade Runner where he's enhancing the pixels. Well, you can't actually do that. Yes, you can. No, you can't. You can use AI to take blurry images and approximate, but in Blade Runner, they were using that for perp identification. You cannot get new information where it doesn't exist. You cannot add info via you can't get more info out of the image than the image's pixels will allow. It's a digital image. The pixels are discrete. Every individual pixel is a separate coded element of an image that combines into a whole. You can't take one pixel of which is colored, its hex, its coordinates, and its color, and then get more info from the image. You can only extrapolate info. You can add it from outside. You can have algorithms try to piece together stuff, but they're not revealing info that wasn't there. They're only using it to take best guesses at what might have been there, and that's not the same. You can infer that information. You don't see the wind, but you can see its effects. You can't do that for perp identification. Haven't we talked about, like, tech racism before? Ah, yeah, dude, let's just get more pixels from the face of this perp, you know? We're going to run it by a database that has, like, details on what, like, the average criminal looks like. Oh, wow. Crazy how this worked out. iPhones add info from an AI pic catalog to add details. Exactly the same as the moon. They do this? Well, then that's also what I'm talking about, not just Samsung. If you take a photo of your hand moving really fast and it's blurry, there's no way to somehow enhance the image so your hand isn't blurry anymore. No, you can change the image to make it so that it looks like my hand wasn't blurry, but you cannot remove the effect of my blur. You can't change the information revealed in the image. It's only the info. The info is the info is the info is the info. You can edit that info, but you can't create more of it from a pre-existing amount. For high-level astronomy, the AI is better at interpreting how the compression of far distance affects it. Technically, it's not getting more information, just restructuring it. You mean for like AI, like AI trying to decompress? Well, that's different because in that case, it's an algorithm that's being used by professionals to try to get like scant bits of information from planetary bodies. They're not going to like hyper focus the James Webb Telescope on for 6 years. That's not the same as pretending that the algorithm for like trying to figure out little bits of info about far away stuff is like creating more information. Yes, exactly, Vosh. This is different. Yeah, okay. Glad. Okay, we did it. FD signifier tried watching anime. What? Y'all really about to make me do a whole video on why Attack on Titan was more than low-key in its fascism. How many more episodes we got till it's over? Attack on Titan has a very clear anti-fascist message. Clear as ink, maybe. What? Oh, I get it, because clear in this case could mean both evident and transparent. But ink is evident and not transparent. Okay, that's like a double meaning, kind of, but I don't think it was intended. Just kind of a confusing turn of phrase. Guys, Attack on Titan is like 90% very overtly anti-racism, anti-war, anti-genocide, and then 10% ideologically incoherent. It's a mixed bag. Okay. Yes, I changed the authentication to non-SMS on Twitter, so I'm not going to lose my account. Did you know Caleb Maupin not only thinks you're a Zionist, but also that you're Jewish?
Talked about this for too long, but if you listen to the bread tubers long enough, you listen to ContraPoints, you listen to Thought Slime, you listen to Vosh, they're Zionists, right? And I don't think a lot of them aren't Jewish, right? I think like Thought Slime is like Italian or something, I believe. You know, ContraPoints is like I think she grew up Episcopalian. She's from like a New England background. Vosh is Jewish, but their worldview is
literally because I'm from Hollywood. That's actually one of the most insanely like over-the-top anti-Semitic things. It's either he thinks it because I'm from Hollywood, or like people in his community have told him that I'm Jewish because I'm from Hollywood, which like it's Nazis or somewhere on the totem pole. Phenomenal stuff. Yeah, I'm an excellent Zionist. I've said many Zionist things. Yes, Cypher. All right, it's time. You people aren't distracting me any longer. God damn it. We'll read donos soon. Sega. Just that. Just Sega. Let me like make my shit small. I'm normally up here, right? I think. Oh, breaking points. I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna play video games. Got. All right, where was it? Where was the fucking segment? Which one was it again? Neocons freak out at Trump DeSantis on Ukraine. Was it that? It was the neocons Trump DeSantis Ukraine one? No confirmation. No one knows. Couldn't I, like, check my fucking history? We had the video open for a bit the other stream. Here. History. Breaking. Nope, doesn't show up there. Vosh, you're supposed to know. Oh, I didn't even show it to you guys? Oh god, hold on. Fuck, I don't even remember. Alright, I guess we're just looking then. Okay, M Schlop. It must be that one. It's this one, yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. Neocons freak out at Trump DeSantis on Ukraine. It's this one, yeah. I remember. I remember because he's doing the, like, weirdo look at the beginning. Sauger. Because he's out of studio, so he's given us the evil eye.
On to a little bit of a freak out over some comments that Ron DeSantis made, and also comments that Trump has made with regard to how they would approach the war in Ukraine. Our friends, Emily and Ryan over on Counterpoints, covered the responses that DeSantis and others sent in to Tucker Carlson. You'll recall he put out, a questionnaire and said, hey, if you're running for president on the Republican side, I want to hear from you. Here are the questions I have. Go ahead and, fill it out and send it in so we can talk about it here on the show. And a number of people did, including Ron DeSantis. And he positioned himself, he's been kind of like trying to have it both ways in terms of Ukraine. And he's still even with this statement, kind of left himself some wiggle room.
Actually, that's true. What was the last thing DeSantis said on Ukraine? I don't hear about his Republicans slammed DeSantis for calling war in Ukraine a territorial dispute. Okay, so he calls it a territorial dispute. He says it's a waste of money. Yeah, I figure. The far right, obviously wants Russia to win. That's still a more light-handed statement than a lot of the MAGA crowd has made.
Room, but much more clear statement on the side of the Ukraine skeptics. And this has created a full-blown freakout among, a bunch of the Rupert Murdoch properties that have been very friendly to Ron DeSantis, a lot of the sort of like donor class, very upset about this, and of course neocons like Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, et cetera, who are current office holders. But let's start with this. This pertains specifically to Trump. And Sagar, I want to get your reaction to all of this because I know you have many thoughts. Go ahead and put this up on the screen. Guys, this is from the former NATO chief. He says it would be a geopolitical catastrophe if Trump were to be nominated because in the campaign, his influence would be destructive.
Okay.
He's talking about the fact that, even if he just wins the nomination and loses the general election, that he is pushing the Republicans to be more Ukraine skeptical, more skeptical of additional aid. Let me just read a little bit more of this. He says this former NATO chief, whose last name is Rasmussen, serves as an advisor to the Ukrainian government and recently came to Washington to see members of Congress and Biden administration officials. He is lobbying them to supply more and heavier weapons and to make long-term security guarantees to Ukraine. He also predicts that Biden will wind up sending warplanes, calling it merely, quote, a question of time. So this person says that Trump's views on Ukraine are a geopolitical catastrophe.
These people don't actually believe in democracy. If Donald
Right, okay. So before we get to that, the Republican position right now has not fully settled, but is largely settling on just being pretty overtly anti-Ukraine and anti-NATO. Fascists have a tendency towards fake isolationism. The problem with being in NATO is that most of the countries in NATO are democracies. Not all of them. Turkey is one of them. We're one of them. No, but like, if the Republicans win, obviously, like, they don't want to be sort of militarily tied to a bunch of countries that would represent contrary interests. The far right in America are pretty pro-Russia for fairly obvious reasons. It's the same reason that they liked Boris Johnson, the same reason they liked Bolsonaro. I mean, it's the same reason they like Putin. They spent most of Trump's presidency sucking him off, right? Like, I remember there were like T-shirts, better Russian than Democrat or something. It's the whole thing, The far right people tend to like far right people. I mean, fuck, go back to World War II. Hitler paired up with Mussolini, sure, but also with Japan. You know, the Nazis, a European society, you know, political force with racial supremacist overtones, paired up with Japan, a different race of people. Yeah, they called them honorary Aryans, you know. Far-right dictators just tend to like far-right dictators.
Donald J. Trump is nominated, or Ron DeSantis is nominated by the GOP primary Democratic process. That is a reflection of the views of people in the United States of America. Now, listen, I have a definite critique of our primary system. There's a lot of things that we could do.
So wait, what the fuck did he just say?
Says that Trump's views on Ukraine are a geopolitical catastrophe.
These people don't actually believe in democracy.
How? What?
If Donald J. Trump is nominated, or Ron DeSantis is nominated by the GOP primary Democratic process, that is a reflection of the views of people in the United States of America. Now,
yes, that is how primaries work. How does that say it would be bad for a person to win a primary? How does saying that, how is that anti-democracy?
Listen, I have a definite critique of our primary system. There's a lot of things that we could do, but based upon all the polling data that we have, this is not a fringe view. Almost 50% of Americans agree with the approach and the rhetoric that Trump and DeSantis laid out there. As you said, let's be careful with DeSantis. He did leave himself a significant
50% of Americans? Pew Research polling. Americans' view on supporting Ukraine. As the U.S. ramps up military aid to Ukraine, the share of Americans who say the U.S. is providing too much support has grown. About a quarter now say the U.S. is providing too much support, while 31% say it is giving the right amount, and 20% would like to see the U.S. give Ukraine additional assistance. Okay, not half then, a quarter. Only a quarter of the country is saying that we're offering, that we're giving them too much support. Man, look at how rapidly there was this shift in the Republicans. How a year ago, half of them wanted more support for Ukraine, and now it's all the way down to 17%. And that's because the Republican messaging has shifted so much. AP News says 60% were in favor of sending Ukraine weapons in February. Yeah.
amount of wiggle room. But what really strikes me is the anti-democratic nature of all of this, which is shut up.
What?
This is about democracy. This is about autocracy. This is about, things that are much bigger than you could ever understand. Like
What? What? Guys, the former NATO chief literally just said it would be bad for Ukraine's victory in the war effort if they were to succeed in the primaries. That's it. This is Breaking Points is obviously going to be pro-Russia. But justify it. Sell me on it. How?
like NATO and all that. And that's part of the reason why we're not really allowed to ask any of the realpolitik questions here.
Oh, by the way, that is always a really, really, really key indicator that you're listening to a propagandist or to a conspiracy theorist. You're not allowed to ask. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Jimmy Dore does this all the time. Why are people not allowed to ask about the vaccine? Have you looked at Congress? Have you looked at any Republican congressman? Have you looked at Trump? Any very powerful people? It happens all the time.
About, well, what if this does draw us into a broader war? At what point do Ukraine...
Yeah, you're not allowed to ask this thing that nobody has asked. What if it draws us into a broader war? No human, legally, in America, has been given the permission to ask that question. I've never heard it before. It's not like I've been hearing it every fucking day for the past, year.
Ukrainian interests actually subjugate American interests? At what point...
What?
would American interests diverge completely from Ukraine? Whatever's in the best interest of Ukraine and whatever's in the best interest of America, the neocons like Nikki Haley and Mike Pence are saying that they're one-to-one. There is no state on the planet of...
Incredible how Mike Pence was... Mike Pence was the vice president of Donald Trump, and now he's a rhino and a neocon just because he didn't, I don't know, allow the Jan 6 people to decapitate him or whatever. Like, just because he wasn't allowed to deny, like, he literally could not stop the certification on January 6th. And because he didn't do the impossible thing, now he gets to be like a rhino neocon. They wanted to hang him, right? Yeah, they did.
Which there is a one-to-one relationship for the US and anyone else. So their inability to articulate it that way is fundamentally anti-democratic. And it reminds me of the way that
this is just jargon. It's incoherent jargon. Somebody saying, hey, it'd be bad for this political cause if these people did this, you know, won this election. Like, it's the idea that that's anti-democratic is insane. That's pro-democratic. It means you're engaging with the system that we use for our democracy. You're working within it.
That a lot of the generals and the foreign policy intelligentsia reacted to the Trump candidacy in 2016 when he laid out a consistent rhetorical, again, not on policy, rhetorical America First vision of the U.S. approach to NATO and specifically really to the U.S. of the world with our trade deals. Everybody.
Yeah, who would have guessed that people involved in international military and economic oversight would not like Trump with his retarded faux isolationism? Who could? Damn, a bunch of professional bureaucrats don't like when a blubbering retard becomes the commander-in-chief? Wow, that's damn. That's crazy, dog. The person who is openly like anti-NATO.
In the kind of Atlantic religion of basically what I've been starting to call it, in terms of their pledging support to Ukraine and all that, it has much more to do with ideology than it ever really has to do with making a case to people. So if you believe it would be a geopolitical catastrophe, then run on it. I think that DeSantis and Trump's view is extremely underrepresented in American politics. And should it come to the national stage in a clear choice between hawkishness on Ukraine and dovishness on Ukraine, it would be a very easy vote for a lot of people to cast, frankly, including me. And I think that
again, like 25% of Americans think we're giving too much aid. He's completely making up his base of support here. Yeah, what's more, I really hate the terms hawk and dove being applied to military support to our allies. That is not how that works. Hawks are the people who want war, and doves are the people who want to avoid war. But when war is already happening between two other countries, you're not the one starting it, it's already happening over there, the important question becomes, okay, well, which would be the better side to win, and can we help affect that? That's just very basic foreign policy.
It would be and spark a genuine debate and challenge the assumptions that a lot of these people put forward in the media. What did you think, Crystal?
I 100% co-sign, especially your comment that, you know, this guy does not actually believe in democracy. And he gives up the game. He has this quote in here. He says,
okay, maybe we're actually about to get a quote that remotely supports the idea that this person does not support democracy.
The mere fact that Trump's thinking appeals to a certain element, a certain segment of the American public, will push American politics in the wrong direction.
You've got to be kidding me.
So what does that mean? He knows.
Oh no, that's actually it. Yeah, okay. We're literally saying it's anti-democratic to say that a candidacy's popularity could push Americans in the wrong direction when all Crystal and Sagar do are talk about how the Democrats push Americans to the. Oh my God, man. Are they arguing candidates can't influence the electorate, or are they arguing that it's anti-democratic to point out the obvious thing that we all know happens? Completely incoherent, meaningless.
Knows that the American people,
Are these folks right-wing? I'm confused. Yes.
Percentage of which, not all, is at this point 50-50, and within the Republican base more, are more on Trump's side on this. He knows that. His whole bet is like, let's just make sure no one can say any of this, and then we can keep a lid on things and keep things moving in the same direction they've.
No. Saying the population could be pushed in a bad direction because of this candidate is not him saying, let's keep a lid on it. A former NATO official has literally no authority to silence American discourse. This is the most insane. It's like somebody saying like, hey, I think it's bad when Nazis Sieg Heil like on the presidential debate stage. And then Crystal Ball is like, this is a fundamentally anti-democratic statement. Basically what they're saying is they want to keep things under wrap and not allow the Americans to be exposed to these ideas, you know? They're basically saying that, like, Americans aren't ready. They can't decide for themselves. So, like, they're just going to keep that from happening. It's like, well, no, I just don't like the Nazi on the stage. What do you mean?
Been moving. So very, very revealing, the thinking of this individual. At the same time, Nikki Haley now taking some more shots at DeSantis. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. She says, this is kind of funny. She says, this is Cornyn on DeSantis. He says poll tested answers are not leading. Put the next one up on the screen here, guys. This is Nikki Haley. She says, Trump is right when he says DeSantis is copying him, first in his style, then on entitlement reform, now in Ukraine. I have a different style than Trump, and while I agree with him on most policies, I do not on those. She goes on to say,
it is true that DeSantis is copying Trump.
Republicans deserve a choice and not an echo, which is kind of a clever line there. But I also find it so revealing that even as, look, she's separating herself from Trump on a couple of issues here, but all the fire is trained at Ron DeSantis, who is not winning in most of the polls right now. But clearly these people continue to have this like fanciful notion that Trump is just going to somehow magically disappear. And so the person they really need to take head on is Ron DeSantis.
I took that away as well. So there are two things to say. Number one, I actually do think Nikki Haley is correct. Ron DeSantis has previous very hawkish views on Russia. He said that there's no distance between myself and Ronald Reagan. He criticized President Obama for not sending enough heavy weaponry to Ukraine. Again, look, maybe he changed his view. I have no idea. Rhetorically, I still think it is a victory that he is not taking the neocon line. But as Michael Tracy and others have been pointing out, while
Michael Tracy. Oh my God. Michael, do you think it was good that the Nazis lost World War II? Well, I don't know if I can really say. I don't know if you can really talk about. I don't want to make statements on that. Michael, is it bad to be bad and good to be good? Well, I don't really know. Let me talk around that for like 40 minutes. Michael. Okay.
He intimated that it is not a core national security interest to support Ukraine against Russia. He did not necessarily use the ironclad language. And if you parse what he said about not sending F-16s and about not getting U.S. ground troops involved, that's basically the Biden policy. DeSantis did not go as far as Donald Trump, who literally is calling for immediate peace talks between Ukraine and Russia and promising to bring the conflict to a close in 24 hours. Okay, I don't think that's actually going to happen. But Trump is by far the farthest out there away from the Washington consensus and is a genuine break from the Biden foreign policy, not only saying we're not going to send more weapons, not.
Does Breaking Points have an agenda, or are they just they're fascists? Yeah. Specifically, they're Trump-aligned fascists, not DeSantis-aligned fascists, because they get their kicks being anti-establishment. So Trump is considered the maverick anti-establishment candidate, and DeSantis is considered like the establishment GOP, like catch-up fascist, basically. But yeah, basically, yeah. So like even Crystal, Crystal can have whatever personal position she wants, but like, what am I supposed to do here? She literally just said that it's anti-democratic for somebody to say that it would be bad for the electorate to be moved over to an idea. What am I, like, that's anti-democrat, what? How, like, she didn't just say it, she repeated it. And then she read a quote of somebody saying a perfectly ordinary thing and then fucking looked up and gave me the DreamWorks eyebrow. Like, and on another thing that this person has said, I think Nazis are bad. There you have it. So, like, what she actually believes is irrelevant to me. This segment is fascist.
Just saying it's not a core national security interest to not only support Ukraine, but also to not support regime change in Russia. Trump is the clear choice here for any
regime change in Russia. What the fuck do you wait? Is Biden currently pushing for regime change in Russia? I wasn't aware that fucking SEAL Team 6 was waiting outside the Kremlin. What? We have like sleeper cells all over Moscow. What? Okay. Biden did say that was necessary. Okay, he said that as long as Putin was in charge, Russia was going to continue to be a piece of shit. Regime change implies that we're regime changing them. There's a pretty big difference between saying, yeah, Putin's a really shitty guy, and as long as he's in power, this is going to keep happening, and saying, yeah, we're deploying a fucking special ops team to make it happen. That's totally different. I'm okay with Putin dying too. He's terrible. You know, fucking whatever. But that's not the same as Biden taking it as like a foreign policy strategy to literally like send troops in. Like, guys, what we did with Saddam Hussein was regime change. We invaded Iraq and killed him. That was regime change. That was what we did. What we did with Germany in World War II, that was regime change. Though technically we didn't kill him, he killed himself. Calling it regime change is psychotic.
Anybody who wants to see or wants more peace in Ukraine, at least without a maximalist supporting aims of the Ukrainian government. So I kind of do think that Nikki Haley is correct. DeSantis is a very, look, I mean, to the extent that he's genuine as any politician is, I have no idea. But given his basic sea change on this issue, it does seem to me that he doesn't have.
Yeah, calling that regime change would be like if you heard Biden say, and Kim Jong-un is a bad egg and not fit to lead the North Korean people, and then calling that statement an admission of a U.S. investment in regime change in North Korea. That literally, that would be like, it would be like saying that.
As well-grounded views in foreign policy as Trump. Look, again, he got rolled on a genuine policy level, but his consistent rhetoric on foreign policy and the way America.
Fuck me, dude. It's so crazy how Sagar presents itself like some kind of intellectual. And he's like, all right, Trump did nothing and he is retarded. However, the impossible stuff that he said, he did say it consistently, loudly, and often. So
America was getting screwed was basically correct and was consistent for almost 35 or 40 years. Again, it did not manifest itself in his actual dealings in the White House. But
Yeah.
wouldn't that be indicative of like insane hypocrisy? Like, listen to how he's like, oh yeah, I like Trump because he's been consistent on his messaging. I mean, it didn't affect his behavior and he did exactly the same thing everyone else has done. But like, you know, the messaging, insane, literally insane. Like, yeah, oh my God. Like, would this not be evidence of him being the biggest phony hypocrite who will say anything for applause? Like, it's like, oh yeah, man, I love the stuff that he says. You know, it'd be great if he did it, but like, it's cool just that he says it. You know, that's great. He's being praised for being a liar, you know?
Worldview and his outlook was effectively consistent throughout his entire adult life. So that's why.
He was a Democrat in the 90s. He was friends with the Clintons. What? His politics haven't been consistent for his entire adult life. He's like 80 and he was in his 50s and a Democrat. Okay.
Whenever I look at these two things, I can't help but say Nikki Haley's not necessarily wrong here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have zero confidence or faith that either one of these guys would actually do the things that they're claiming they would do. DeSantis because of his history and some of his ties. Trump because when he was in office, like
consistently friends with Epstein. How can you say Donald Trump is not our man with 32 long years of close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein? Now that's loyalty.
We saw what happened there, so I would just want to put all of that out there. But yeah, I mean, Trump has clearly leaned in harder on the Ukraine skeptic side of things. And another thing that I noticed, Sagar,
fucking love the way they're using Ukraine skeptic as a way of signaling some kind of broader conspiratorial narrative that they're like pulling away from, as opposed to just they want Russia to win. Like, that's it. Like, they could, I would respect them so much more if they would just be like, I want to give Ukraine less weapons and let Russia win or hold their current territory. And just like say that. But instead, they always have to go for this fucking euphemism, you know? Always.
Is that DeSantis, who again, his rhetoric was not as strident as Trump's, has created a total freakout among the establishment Republican class that I have not seen a similar freakout. Maybe I just missed it over Trump making far more strident comments. They just are kind of like, well, I don't really want to take this guy on. But this one I'm going to lose my mind about. I think they also were hoping that DeSantis would be an ally in their hawkishness. New York Times had a breakdown of a lot of this. Here's a Jonathan Swan tweet highlighting Lindsey Graham not taking DeSantis's Ukraine statement well. Quote, the Neville Chamberlain approach to aggression never ends well, said Graham, comparing DeSantis to the British Prime Minister who appeased Adolf Hitler. Put the next one up on the screen. This is the full New York Times report.
Wow, I can't imagine why anyone would invoke allegories of historical appeasement strategies in this case. That's so crazy. That's wild, man. Rare Republican W. Well, it's kind of funny because, like, you might notice that the people who claim to be the most pro-America are actually the ones who trash America the most. Biden is the one who gets called anti-American, but when you hear him talk about America, he's like, America is the tree on the hill shining with hope. You know, like liberals talk about America like it's a fucking angelic city. You know, it's like the silver city in the sky. But then you listen to Trump, and Trump's like, our country is falling apart and burning and being torn to pieces. Our streets are being ravaged with rats and viral contagions. Homeless people build shelters in the middle of our streets, causing 500 car pileups. And, you know, and it's like, well, okay. And likewise, like, you know, the most pro-American candidates are usually going to be, it's kind of like an upping gradient, but like fascists are not pro-America, they're pro-fascism, if that makes any sense. Fascism is generally seen as a kind of absolute loyalty to the state, and while that's true, the state is also usually synthesized with another concept, often race. So obviously subservience to the German state was like the big thing with the Nazis, but it wasn't really about the state, right? Because the Weimar Republic to them was an illegitimate institution, even though it was undeniably the expression of state power before the Nazis took place, or took power. In reality, it's about their idea of the state, which is, of course, the Aryan fatherland. For Christian nationalist fascists, it's about like white Christian America. But they would burn actual America to the ground if it meant getting to build up a facsimile of white Christian America. You know what I mean? Like, the Nazis led Germany to ruin in an effort to build, like, the greater, like, pan-European Aryan empire for Lebensraum. And that's not, like, a sane mentality. But just understand their definition of a state is a little bit more variable than ours.
You know, they got all kinds of quotes in here. They got quotes from Liz Cheney. DeSantis is wrong and seems to have forgotten the lessons of Ronald Reagan. Hugh Hewitt. Marco Rubio talking to Hugh Hewitt says, I don't know what he's trying to do or what the goal is. Senator John Cornyn, as I said before, says he's disturbed. Governor Chris Christie says it is naive and a complete misunderstanding of the historical context of what's going on. This one I really enjoyed, Sagar. They reached out for comment to Charles Kupperman, who served under John Bolton as Deputy
What are the chances Trump tries to run? 100%. No shot he doesn't.
National Security Advisor in the Trump administration. He said Mr. DeSantis had shown a very poor understanding of our national security interests. And this one was interesting. A very well-known conservative Wall Street Journal columnist, Kimberly Strassel, she urged DeSantis not to join what she called Mr. Trump's GOP surrender caucus. Quote, the governor.
He already announced, didn't he? Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he? Tries to. No, yeah, he did. I forget we're getting so close to the 2024 election. Yeah.
Has an opportunity to contrast a bold, well thought out.
It's actually really difficult to know. It's actually really difficult to know with Donald Trump because he never stops campaigning. You know what I mean? Like other candidates will stay kind of quiet until they announce and then they'll start talking, but Donald Trump never stopped. So he's basically just been campaigning since like 2015.
Policy with Mr. Trump's opaque retreatism. And I say that's noteworthy because obviously Wall Street Journal is a Rupert Murdoch property, and they have been pushing DeSantis relentlessly on Fox News,
yeah,
Wall Street
DeSantis
Journal,
who hasn't
and
announced.
other of their outlets as well.
Yeah, you know what I took away from this, which is that it hurts more whenever it's like the one who you thought was going to be the guy to take on Trump. With Trump, so much of this is priced in. That's why many of these senators and others don't even really bother responding to what he says, also because there's a bigger political price. But with DeSantis, it's kind of like an Anakin Skywalker thing. It's like, you were the chosen one, man. He's like, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to deliver us from Trump. Not even-
It's so fucking cool how people are acting this way over 5% of our military budget. Do we really... nothing.
Embrace him, and yet that's what's the kind of rhetorically that he's been doing here. Yeah, I've been enjoying the freak out. Also, you know, once again, just to show you how historically illiterate and really just brain dead a lot of foreign policy thinking. Are we able to have any conversation without bringing up Neville Chamberlain? I actually was not.
You know what? No. When you're talking about European military expansionism and conquest of adjacent nations from a European fascist that's talked about blood and soil, no, you do have to bring up Neville Chamberlain. I'm sorry. If somebody could just stop bringing up the Nazis, as we call trans people degenerate, and Sieg Heil, and talk about how they're Untermensch who need to be annihilated. Like, what do you want? You're doing it. Stop doing it.
aware that history began in 1938. You know, color me shocked. It turns out that relations between states, especially in this part of the world, in Ukraine and Russia, goes back, oh, I don't know, several thousand years, 100 years, even.
As opposed to the relationship between Germany, Austria, the Rhineland, and the Sudetenland, which, you know, just a recent thing. Okay. What is the Holy Roman Empire?
And, you know, just select for the last 500 years, you're going to get a very different view, not only of the conflict, but also just of the way that many different types of conflicts and are brought to an end. And that's ultimately what the question is like, is Putin Hitler, or is he a run-of-the-mill Russian czar or / like Soviet apparatchik?
My anthropology brain just lit up. Did he say thousands of years? Okay, so he's not talking about the country. What he's so there's obviously a lot of nonsense there, but what he's actually saying is that the Russians have like an ethnic right to dominate the Ukrainians. The only reason you would like try to differentiate Nazi Germany and Russia in this context by bringing up like, oh, well, they've been at it for thousands of years, is the indication that there's some kind of like preternatural ethnic destiny for Russians to express hegemony over Ukrainians. Which is, by the way, the exact position that a Russian fascist would have. Do you remember how Putin cursed out Lenin for like the independence of Ukraine, like the legal distinction of Ukraine? It is literally like the argument the Russian fascists have. Like, okay, well, Ukraine's not a real place. It's like, it's ours to take. And that's basically what Sagar's saying here. Because that's the only relationship that the perceived long-standing bias at play here has with the, like, lack of, like, analogy viability to, you know, Neville Chamberlain or whatever. It's basically just the fascist argument, you know?
Because those are actually two very different policy responses.
Because other
Lindsey Graham
things
and
have
them wants to think
happened.
it's Hitler.
Other things have happened in history other than World War II. Very important, very significant, very horrific event.
But it's a direct comparison. It's not. I do love this genre because we've all heard of Godwin's law of. It just reminds me of the like, bro, not everything is a Nazi. When you're pointing at somebody who's doing a Sieg Heil while like waving around the swastika, it's like, bro, not everything is a comparison to World War II. As a European fascist is invoking blood and soil to invade neighborhoods, it's like, what do you want?
But other things in history have happened besides World War II. Hey guys,
not
ready
true.
or not?
That was fucking dumb. I could have played Bayonetta for 30 more minutes. Fucking goddamn. Vosh, this clip of you about Crystal and Sagar has never been more true. Destiny tried to call you out for this 2 days ago on Lonerbox. Vosh lol. On Lonerbox? I mean at Lonerbox? A gay pride flag for their LGBT month. And Crystal Ball will say, yeah, well, this is good, I guess, but we have to recognize that corporate hegemony is never going to sincerely, you know, promote the interests of gay people. This is just a virtue signaling attempt to get their attention. And Sagar will say,
you're completely right. This is just virtue signaling. Corporations have been brainwashed by post-Frankfurt neo-Marxist academics who are trying to disseminate an anti-white agenda by educating the wealthy and the children of the wealthy to hate white people in the pursuit of a wokeness cult.
And Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but I do agree that corporations are bad. And Sagar will say,
yes, corporations are bad. You know who else believes that? Tucker Carlson. Let's go to a Tucker Carlson clip, folks.
Cue 2 minutes of Tucker Carlson in the middle of a segment about how black people aren't humans, talking about how corporations are bad because they support black people, but in like an insincere way. Then they cut back to Rising. Yeah, wow, you know, you gotta hand it to him when he says stuff that could be a right or left-leaning position that's really kind of ambiguous, you know? And then Sagar will say,
yeah, I completely agree. I really do think the insincere attempts to appeal to the interests of BLM on the part of corporations really signals how corporations are furthering the downfall of Western civilization. Really, it is nearly impossible for conservatives to imagine themselves living in the glorious, culturally hegemonous America that they once lived in back 50, 60 years ago, as long as these corporations continue to shill for anti-white agendas.
And then Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but at least we agree corporations are bad. And then the segment ends. That's it. It never ends. That's like it's like 2.5 years old, and nothing's changed. Could an AI make that piece of art? Damn, Bosch, how are you so pinpoint spot on? Well, to be fair, she makes it easy. Okay, let me quickly read these donuts, and we're finally going to play Bayonetta. Okay. Done the mind with $5. No, I missed that. He says a lot of dumb stuff. Jeff Newton, thank you for $5. I haven't watched Interstellar. I know I should. Symposium, thank you for the $2. AI artist, hyperreality. True. Back Canary, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'd be pissed if I sent my partner a lewd photo and it was a bit blurry, so the AI auto added details using other people's bodies. Gross. Yeah, imagine sending like a tastefully blurry pic of you through like the shower, like frosted glass, and it like Frankenstein's together a bunch of body parts from porn stars, and so you've got like it's like it turns everyone into like big titty, big dick, you know, like just putting it all together. Jade Actyl, thank you for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. J Dubs, thank you for the $5. You realize every image you take is modified subtly by the manufacturer. Some are worse than others. Filters do happen as you take the pic. Yeah, it's just the difference between like alteration and substitution, I think. Mint Kuro, thank you for the $5. I won't let chat gaslight me this segment, spoke Sisyphus. True. Juice Hadamiho with the incredibly kind 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Remove the heretic Farsight from our midst. True! Literally. Honey Centaur with the $5. If you assume that causality contradicts free will, doesn't the idea of true AI with free will not really exist? Neurons trigger neurons like bits trigger bits. Yeah, well, you know, it doesn't matter to me, because I think living as though there is free will is more important anyway. We don't have the ability to predict people's behaviors outside of like their neurological tendencies to want to do something before they do something, but we can't really do that in a deterministic level. And you know what? The hope and indomitable spirit of the human brain is what carries me forward. In a deterministic universe, I march forward retardedly. The determinative nature of quantum physics, to the extent that it can be said to be, means nothing to my brain processes. Okay. No, stop donating! No! Fuck you all. We're finishing the donos later. I want to play Bayonetta so fucking bad. No, Fortuna, no! No sleepy baby. No. No fun. Let me play the game. No. No.
Sega.
How the fuck are we ever gonna finish the Metal Gear games?
In your wickedness, you have broken the
Bayonetta.
Oh fuck, I'm used to holding the Switch controller. Oh god, I'm not used to the Logitech controller anymore. Oh fuck.
Don't panic. I'm here. There's no need to worry about a thing.
Get them, Mommy, get them!
Mommy.
Can't you see? Mommy's fighting the bad monsters for us. Mister, if you don't open your eyes, you'll miss everything. Look at these.
Well, those aren't your eyes. Those are glasses.
Shit!
Wait! I forgot how to play. Okay. I completely forget. I forget. What are my weapons? Don't I have bazookas? Sword bazookas. That's what I have, right? Okay. Ow, no, let me remember. Oh, it's the wall. Okay. There we go. Okay, I remember now. Okay, great. There we go. There we go. Go! That was pretty flashy. I think I did good there. I hope I got a high score. Hello. Uh-huh. Come on, she wouldn't be satisfied with a guy. There we go. Her main personality trait is being a cock tease, so... Okay. Oh no! Shasha! They're gonna quick time event me. I can feel it. Oh. Look, it's the moon. It's not even AI upscaled.
Well, Kitty, what do you think we should do? He's hurt you, has he? Well, we can't be having that now, can we?
Audicio. Get it? Because the angels are made of rock. Do you get it? I'm bapping. Oh, that wasn't even the main guy. Woo! Hey! No! Yes! Ew. Oh! Hey, let me across. Let me across. Oh, maybe not. Oh, well, hold, okay. What did I miss? Okay. All right. Go team. Woo! That fucking hurt. Okay, so falling is actually how you get back on the platform every time? That's so weird. Ow. Oh, we're gonna fucking die. Oh, we're fucking dead. And dead. No! God damn, it is really hard to predict these mechanics. There we go. Gotta see these attacks once. Oh, we could get witch time? What are you doing? Oh! Go, 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 go. Ah, no, that one got me. We're fucking them up. I'm waiting. Whoop. Let me up. You know, if they just wouldn't grab me. Up! 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 Right! Yes! Damn. Everything reminds me of her. You've got another? Wait. 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 What? Hand check.
How about now? Still not enough. You can go another round, can't you?
Okay.
The Lumen Sage.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Hey, that was my name. Okay. That wasn't me.
Now, where are my new best friends? I suppose one of them is an adult, so they should be okay.
Good hustle, team. Hey, we got a silver. That's pretty good. I'll take it. Nice, funny rhetorician. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for.
My favorite fucking game.
Ready, fire!
Eh. 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 Nice.
Round over.
Don't care. I want to hear the dialogue.
Excuse me, sir. May I have my glasses back?
I hate this fucking kid so much.
Oh.
Your hair looks like the tentacles of that Star Wars guy.
Cereza, how did you get such magical glasses?
The glasses aren't magic, silly. I can see the monsters without them.
Monsters? Not quite. So,
That's what you say?
Bayonetta, I mean your mom, been fighting these big bad monsters for a long time?
Mummy is a witch, and witches protect people and are very strong. When I grow up, I'll be strong too, and I'll protect my mummy.
You're going to hell.
Wait, you think witches do what?
Witches go to hell.
Oh, forget it. No point in arguing with a little kid. I'll manage on my own.
I'm sure you will.
That was really? That was how
Shit.
someone startles you? That's how you react?
You never cease to amuse me, Cheshire.
Hi.
I suppose that's your next target? This is yours, little one. You didn't cry while I was gone, did you?
Nope.
Okay, that's cute with the band-aid. A band-aid wouldn't stick to felt, like, at all,
How
though.
I ask, no matter how many times, you always say the same thing.
Come now, Kitty. You know it
A
was all just...
misunderstanding. You're so stubborn, you know that? My father, he was a journalist too. In fact, he was twice the man I could ever hope to be.
Okay, you were like 2 when he died.
He was obsessed with one case his entire career.
That
A
doesn't
case so bizarre it took over his life.
that doesn't sound good.
They could have made a movie of the details. The followers of darkness, the Umbra Witches, and their light world counterparts, the Lumen Sages, controlling everything with a power known as the Eyes of the World.
Okay.
Then, the Light and Dark clans suddenly disappeared from their medieval home in Europe. You may be familiar with the town. You're standing in it. Welcome to Vigrid, 500 years later.
Okay.
500 years.
Each clan, working at the behest of the powers that be, sought to lead their fractured world.
Psychomantis.
They both possessed an eye said to have the power to create history that they used to oversee the world. However, their spirit of cooperation did not last. For amongst them, a pair of young star-crossed lovers conceived a child that sent the clans on a path to ruin.
Okay.
The woman was thrown in jail, and the man exiled from his clan. However, the child remained with the Umbra, raised as a black sheep even amongst the darkness. Since the balance between light and dark had been lost, both clans spiraled into decay.
Because one of them fucked? Just like...
Had it that the two eyes could be united to control reality itself. And this legend fueled ambition and desire, leading to a myriad of battles between the clans. In fact, it led to their mutual destruction.
Just kill the people who fucked and kill... How does that follow the clans? What?
Buying such a fairy tale. However, I believed his story, and I believe it more than ever now that I've found you. The memory of the clan lingers on, despite the passing of 500 years. What on earth was my father searching for?
Why would...
And why did he have to die for it?
Why would a journalist care about
I
this?
have to discover the truth with my own eyes.
Psychomantis?
That's why I haven't given up my chase for it. Or you. The head of the Ithoval Group, the multinational that dominates Vigrid, recently tried to sell an enormous gem.
Only Lord Orochimaru has the power to save our people, Bayonetta.
We're going to have to acquire it by other means. And that starts by sneaking onto that jet.
None of you ever believed in me. Orochimaru believes in me. God, she looks so weird.
Mummy, are you looking for something?
I am.
How did you lose it?
Shut the fuck up, kid.
Do you have anything you really like?
Is she 7 feet tall? I think she's 8 feet
Really
tall.
important to you.
Yes, this. I love it.
Just
Where did you get this?
happen to have it on her. Hey, do you
Give it to me, Mummy, for my birthday.
do you have anything shiny? Yeah, this, the ancient lost treasure of your
When you
500 years past.
Never lose it. Understand, little one? You must keep it safe, close to your heart.
I feel like this game suffers for taking its story as seriously as it does. I feel like the story should be taken as seriously as the game's aesthetic in general, you know? The fuck you... Damn it! What? Wait, what? Orochimaru gave me the power to Spider-Man swing. How'd he do that? Can she just fall into the propeller? Why is the plane moving? What's happening? It's such a cool looking plane. Look at that. It's like a fucking 1920s. Okay, well, wow, that's like a long stand and watch. It's this big? Okay. Oh, whoa! 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 Whoa, hey, you're like me! Oh! What the fuck is this? Valkyrie military transport. Okay. Alright. Oh. I think I was on one of those. Yep, okay. Alright. Yep, 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 yep. Whoa! No, no, no! What? Let me in. Hey! Oh, these fucking guys. These guys suck! Well, it's easier when you have the kill move. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo, woo. Wait, I think I'm holding the wrong... Wait, I think I'm holding the wrong weapons. I am, right? I am. How do I switch them? I need my bazooka. Yes. Bazooka! Hey! Hey, whoa! Woo! Oh my god! It fucked me up! These guys fucked me up. They're fucking cat demons. Holy shit! Let me up! Do I have the bazooka? No, let me up. There. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! Whoop! Get it! Go, 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 go! No hit! Hey! Woo! Don't even know how I did that. Haha! We need to send Bayonetta to Ukraine. Don't care. Don't care. Where am I? Where? Hit the door? What door? Door? Oh, it's like... No? Yes? Oh, okay. Little unclear. What's up?
Back to your old self, are we?
You're... bitch! The bitch in the red dress.
Why so glum? Something troubling you? Only your constant fretting over my state of affairs.
How can you hear each other? You're on the outside of a plane.
No need to take out your stress on me, Bayonetta. It's clear you're worried for the girl.
Wait, I can do that? What?
Tell me where she is, now. My, aren't we attached to our precious little one? Do you like it when she calls you Mummy? You're absolutely delusional.
And check.
If I leave her, he'll never shut up about it. And his whining is twice as irritating as anything the child could muster. You've quite the tongue when it comes to curling round the truth.
Holy shit, that is Azula.
What about you?
The bitch in the red dress.
What
She's
are you
Azula.
hiding? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these might mean something to you. I've no need for worthless junk.
Yep. Hi.
I am well aware of my task, but you have forgotten that I do not need your help.
Okay. I gotta say, the light witches and the dark witches seem to act exactly the same.
Your little friend is gone forever.
What? What?
Fill them. Fill your eyes with hatred. Accept your violent fate. Accept it.
They're both
And
Umber
then
witches?
let I prove you deserve it.
Then why is the lady with the red working with the angel? What? They will explain it? Okay. Are we the bad guy? Yeah, what is that? That's not a dress. That's like a one-piece uniform. Look at that. Yep. All right. Okay, if you say so. And I'll bazooka you. Boop. Oh! No! Getting fucked up!
Feel your fear.
Get over here! Oh! I'm gonna fucking fire rockets at you, yeah? No! Fucking! Oh shit! You... Woo! Yeah! Ah, it hurts! I lose! My hand hurts! No! God damn it! It hurts my right hand! No! My hand hurts! Just have to not get hit! No! Damn it! You can just not do the counter and dodge? Okay. Oh my god, my fucking right forearm hurts so much from the goddamn tut-tut-tuts. I hate the tut-tut-tuts. Back here?
Back to your own.
Not a good start. Woo! There we go. Oh no! I didn't know it was gonna happen again. Yes. Okay.
Feel your fear.
Dodged an attack. Good! Good opener! Come on! Let's go! Come on! Getting the shot! No, I didn't mean to! No! I'm gonna shit! Fuck! No, dodge! You said I could. Yes! Woo! Yeah! Wait, that hit me! Nice! Woo! Fuck! Fuck! Oh no! I'm bad! Almost! No, God! Almost! Yes! Woo! Oh my God! There we go. That was a good fight. Well done, you bitch. All right.
Not yet. She isn't ready.
Ah! Oh my God, my right forearm feels so fucking sore. For a hardcore politics guy, you should be better at gaming. I don't have much experience with this type of game. I'm mostly a PC gamer. Wait, what? What am I doing? How do I... Okay.
Little one, where are you? Little one, can you hear me?
Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!
Teresa!
Mommy! I was so scared.
No crying now, little one. You know the rules. No cockroaches or crying babies. Time to go, little one. Hold on tight, okay?
Okay.
Huh? What? 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 Stop hitting! Oh. Man, I don't even know what happened there. Put down. Okay, we're a setter here. Fight me! Get fucked. Wait, it switched weapons again. There we go. Buzuku. Heh. All right. Come on, dumb kid. Oh, never mind. No, Oh, the water's right. Okay, come on, water. Water, okay. Come on. Hey, get... I'm gonna fucking doot you. Doot. 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 Okay. Oh, God. Go. Okay, up we go. Get. Bazooka. Bazooka. Ship. Come on. Don't make them immune to the fucking water. We crashed? Oh yeah, water. Why is the water electric? Okay, this means we can walk up walls, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, we're just gonna keep... We're gonna fucking get... Yeah, sure. Chainsword! Alright! Don't hit me! Moon. Okay. Okay. Wait, how did we miss 5 fights in this place? Whoa. What a day. What a day. Would you let Bayonetta cut you in half with a chainsaw? I'm not attracted to Bayonetta, like, at all. Bayonetta is so obviously a lesbian. Like, I just can't imagine... I can't imagine Bayonetta having sex with a man and enjoying it, so... Okay, ignoring that fact, would you? Well, she also, like, emanates Dom energy, and I'm not a sub. At all. You know, I have literally no desire to call anyone mommy, or for anyone to patronize to me in a flirtatious way. Vosh is only attracted to bottoms? No, I'm also attracted to normal people. Sounds boring? Yeah, because you're a sub. So obviously to you, you know, like, if you have a cock and ball torture fetish, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want someone to stomp on my cock and balls, and you're like, sounds like you live a boring life, buddy. And it's like, well, no, I just don't specifically want that thing to happen. I'm okay with other things happening. Oh, I was gonna brush one. She's obviously incredibly attractive. Honestly, like, you know, you can all take this statement however you want. I would rather look like her than fuck her. As, like, an apex of JoJo, like, fucking drag kitsch aesthetic, she's incredibly powerful. That's pretty cool. But, like, I'm just not attracted to Ultra Dom people. Also, I could turn into a panther, which is kind of like a horse.
Let's go!
How did you get a plane? You're just like a random Italian.
Mommy! Mommy!
It's okay, little one. I'll be right back.
What? Okay. Wow, gender? Sapientia.
Ooh. Another talkative type.
Hi.
I don't think I've got time to entertain your blather. I'd much rather hear it straight from your boss.
God? The resurrection was 2,000 years ago.
The witch hunts.
Okay. Okay, I don't know how we're propelling our surfboard. Fuck me, that's cool. What are we... What are viable targets? The faces? Okay. Koi! Face! Gotta get. Oh! Big dodge. Wait, let me hit you in your weak point. Let me hit you. Okay, just let me. Yeah, like that. Ass, ass, ass. Nope. What? What? Okay, we're steering. We're steering. I don't know why the spider can't just come to us. Okay, all of that for a fucking ramming attack. Baby boy, I'm not pressing long B to spite you because you keep being demanding. Hey! Woo! Hey! Don't hit me! That's the first hit I've taken. Apparently she shoots out her legs like rocket, though. Yeah, I know. There are bazookas on my legs. Oh! I was one hit away! Hey, we sure are naked. Go, 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 go! Go, go! Up, up, up. Yeah, keep going. Yep, shut up! They're fucking this guy up! Okay. Oh, okay. Aren't we right off the coast? How deep is it here? Holy shit, this game is so cool. Oh. Nope, can't hit that. Can I hit it? Nope. We're getting in. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hey! Don't do it! He's gonna do it! No! Woo! God, that looks really good when you get the timing right. One more! No! Yes, I got him on the way out! Ass, ass, ass. Hey. So this big spider at the bottom is like the size of a fucking mountain. Woo! Okay. Real talk. Is there... Oh, nice.
I should have been a pole dancer.
That's... true. Okay, is there any story reason for why Bayonetta is basically a god? Because she's too powerful. Like, they were supposed to be an order to maintain dominance over human history, but there's like angels and shit. Okay, fine, whatever. But she's very clearly too strong. Okay, let me ask another question. It's acknowledged in universe that she's too fucking strong, right? Yes, there's a okay, I'm just yeah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire!
Yeah. I want to play more game.
Round over.
Wait, is there no England? Is this England? Is this Star England? I thought we were in Europe. Did England get destroyed and this is like the whole left over? But she has an English accent. Is that why she's 500 years old? She like remembers the destruction of England? She's like the last English. That makes sense, Flivier. That tracks.
You're really not going to like what comes next. I hope you know that.
Why are you here?
Air Cheshire has awful in-flight entertainment and horrendous food.
Think about it.
Kid, shut the fuck
Things
up!
that downed the jet aren't just going to let us land on their island. You think we can just say, "Hey, we're here," and they'll bring us a cake? Things look good from up here. But the further down you go, the harder it is to not notice the reality of things.
Now you're noticing? Seriously?
Cheshire.
Now, like, you didn't notice before, and now you've noticed?
I'm looking.
Really? Like, seriously? Where?
Fuck me.
They're all dead. They're all dead. Okay.
Welcome to my fantasy zone. Get ready.
What? What? Okay. Missile operation. All right. Okay. How do we control this? We're playing Star Fox? Oh, missile. We have to missile. Okay, there we go. This is literally just Star Fox. Oh. How do I... Okay, the controls are reversed. It's up is down. Do a barrel roll. Okay, that wasn't... Okay. It's Space Harrier? Oh, I haven't played that, sorry. So I got... It's reversed. I'm not used to that. Oh! LB toggle changes the... Oh. LB toggle can change the thing? I don't know how. Plus LB then X? Nope, sorry. That's okay, we're just gonna do it. Woo! Okay. It's so difficult to aim with their inverted controls. Fuck him up! Oh, that hurt. Fire! 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 No! LB then Y? It's not gonna work. Woo! Woo! You sure are shooting! Motion sickness. Oh, hey, I know how to do this part. Hey, they give me health. There's a bogey on your 6. Use the brakes. I can't shake them fucks. Man, Star Fox 64 is so good. Use the boost to get through. Fire! Oh boy. What's up? Ah! No! 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 Are you gonna stop? No! Okay. Fuck! Stop! You're so many! I can't! Reverse controls are so difficult for me to wrap my head around. It's worth it for the narrative value alone of knowing that the girl is like fucking vomiting in a spiral. I'll try spinning, that's a neat trick! There you go. End the fight! Please! A silver medal? Really? These ones hurt. Stop. I can't move. Please, please, let me through. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, thank God. Oh my God, look at how straightforward this is. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Leg bazooka. No health? Fuck you. It will never end. What did I just hit? What? Please, no. 2 missiles! 3! 3 of them! Yes! Got missiles! Whoa! That was actually close. Oh! Get! Own the stuff! Got him! Woo! Fuck! We almost got it! Yes! That second one! Fuck! Yeah! That was pretty good, actually. That was... No! It's swing up! Go! No! Ow! What? I knew? Go away! Please, we have to be close. Oh! Oh! The city's not getting any closer. They're gonna do the thing! Ah! I really don't like the ominous music. Hey! They don't stop! Oh! Stop! Well, I was rolling! Why am I not building up missile gauge? What even builds it? I don't even know. I like to imagine that Bayonetta is posing very confidently, but is also vomiting with every rotation. Who needs dodging when you can just dodge? Can I get missiles, please? You can kill the tiny ones for points for missiles, but then they hit me because I'm not good at dodging. Whoa. Listen, if I just dodge all the time, I can't lose health, okay? Please. Nice! We actually got hits in during that witch time. We're so close! He's so low! Thank God I don't get motion sickness. We're gonna get him! Yes! Oh my God. Please let it end. Please. We got health, please. Look at her. It's like her outfit drenched in vomit. She's like, she's like shuddering. Like, you know when people throw up really hard, they're like quaking all. She's got like fucking The real comedic bit would be if the kid was totally fine and she was just... Yeah, eyes red from vomit tears. There's like, her eyes are like fucking bulging. Okay. Bayonetta's like, please, I really don't... I don't want to do this right now. I just...
Welcome to Isla del Sol. Island of wealth and power.
No, it means Island of the Sun.
John, if you've made it this far, that should be enough. You're back to your old self. This is where we finish what was started so long ago.
Who talks like this?
A friend of my enemy is also my enemy, be it witch or sage.
The Lumen Sages. They were our counterbalance as overseers.
Okay, they're both witches. Why are we nuking Russia?
Between us, there was a law that was never to be broken. It stated that the intersection of light and dark would bring calamity to this
This
earth.
is just the plot of Diablo. The Nephilim.
500 years ago, a child was born in clear violation of this tenet. That child was you.
500 years ago.
Okay, who cares?
The disaster this caused sent the clans into a spiral of chaos.
Why?
That continues to be felt. to
Why?
this day.
Why? Just kill the people who fucked and then the child. That's like standard Secret Order shit.
You, the half-breed of light and dark, are at the center of that chaos.
Then just kill
Allowing
me.
you to continue to exist is a danger that cannot be accepted.
Then why'd you do it 500 years ago? I was a baby.
When the eyes of the world are within our grasp, the power of creation will be awakened. That is why the left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another.
Okay. Do you not know this, Bayonetta? Just
The
new?
left
You never
eye,
heard this when you were a
our
kid?
treasured left eye will never fall into the hands of another.
Amnesia?
Bayonetta.
When did she have
It is
amnesia?
time that
When was
this
that
is brought to
established?
an end. That you are brought to an end.
You did it.
It is our charge as witches to protect the treasures of the clan.
At the start? Dude, like, I can follow any of this shit in this fucking
Even
game.
if it means burning every inch of this island to a crisp.
Okay. Wasn't Gene on a missile? How did he get...
Really beginning to hate missiles.
How did you get off
You know,
that?
I have no idea what the hell you girls got going on here.
You're a human.
But you don't mind if I take this off your hands, do you?
Okay, I'm so sorry, but this is really dumb. Bayonetta and the girl, the red girl, have both established that they're capable of freezing time and having a 5-minute fight in the span of like a nanosecond before a plane hits a highway. Nobody should be able to take anything from either of them. They're like they're literally like demigods. Like nothing should affect them except for each other, basically. But I mean, whatever. It's just standard anime shit. Which time requires setup? Yeah, but they're still really strong.
Get in, Cerecita.
He's Italian though.
Mommy.
Yeah. Like, I didn't realize Bayonetta was this strong. Oh, nice, James Knight. Hi. Okay. What? Oh, they're gone. Rip.
Theresa.
Yep.
Bayonetta. Time is of the essence.
Okay.
This can wait no longer.
Guess they're dead now. Oh, what? You don't have the remote. How'd you do that? I'd like to think the missiles are continuing to launch because Luca survived that explosion and he's just pressing the button over and over again because it's cool. That was good. Oh, I don't want to do this. Nice. Okay. Huh? Wait, we're still fighting? I can't see. I hope I'm doing good. Hi. Oh, yeah, cool. Damn, you are pale, bitch. I thought those were like white leggings for a second. Okay, why do you wear red, then? What? Oh. Uh-huh. What? Okay. Oh, that does so much fucking damage when you can land it properly. Yes! Oh, fuck yeah! What? That's not the button you make me press normally. Insta-kill? Up plus A? What? Who does both for a quick time event? Oh my god. You don't up A to jump normally. You just do a jump. You just hit A. The A is jump, not up A. Up A. God, this game is such a visual feast, man. Holy shit. This game gives me the same feeling of like watching the better Matrix fights back when I was a kid. What? Wait, jump! Up, jump! Okay, I did it. Nice. Okay! I'm gonna lose because I didn't hit B, I hit Y! Nice, I didn't lose! Wow. What? This time it's Y! I'm stronger now! Let me guess, up A? Okay. Stop that! Hey, what? Get back here! $450 gigaton! You stupid! I'm leveling up. Whoop. She's on her last health bar. One more! Fuck! Two? Because she's on her last health! What is he gonna do? What does that mean? Ow! I'm gonna die! Huh? Okay, it's two. No! Okay, fuck! I can't win those. Damn it! I can't win those when she's on her last health bar. 350 megatons is all I can muster for the second half of the fucking Ora. Skill issue? Something like that. Hey, who comes down after they go up? Woo! Okay, she's not in her... Ugh! Now she is. From now on, we dodge those. What? I made a mistake! Okay, conserve energy. 400! Yes! You dumb bitch! You can only muster 399 gigatons! Hey, who uses guns? Okay. If you say so. Nope, not gonna make it. Oh man, fuck, that hurts my arm. Yes! Woo! Okay. That wasn't that bad. Yeah, the button mashing just it's cuz I didn't grow up on console games. I just can't do button mashing. I've never been good at it.
Now it's decided. So it is. The fear is still not gone from your eyes.
Shut up.
Fear? The memories you've held for 500 years are the source of your fear. They cloud your vision. But now, you've accepted your fate. That is how you bested me. That is why you possess...
That's not... I just hit you.
...of Umbran treasure.
With my sword.
That is why you possess the left eye. We fought for this stone. And because of it, everyone died. That gem brings back so many.
Don't let her. You're both like fucking witches. She could teleport it or something.
That's why the left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another. I will not stand for the wild ambition of a treacherous Lumen sage who disrupted our age-old balance. Your
Dad?
ends here.
What?
Do not fear your fate. Stand, Theresa.
In the innocence of our childhood.
So the crystal is my mom, or my mom had the crystal?
We used to play together as friends. But as time passed, perhaps even my eyes were clouded with fear. We were. Do not fear your
That was
fate.
you in the past?
Stand.
So...
Theresa. Stand and open your eyes. For with every truth, there is another one to be seen.
Yeah, I don't get it. I wasn't paying attention to any of it. Okay. So why are we destroying the city? Hey, you got the gem, right? You got the gem, right? You didn't seriously leave it with her, did you?
Is it over?
You won the fight, but we lose the MacGuffin?
It's not like you don't scare the shit out of me all the time.
You're so dumb!
Theresa. I don't know whether to shoot you, or to take you to Vegas for good luck, Cheshire.
Give me more credit than that. If you must know where Luka Luca is concerned,
What?
there's no such thing.
Okay,
as
she does have it.
only skill.
True!
You didn't expect me to trust bitches. I mean, witches, did you, Bayonetta?
How's the little?
Okay, she's not actually taller than him.
But okay,
She's smaller than him. She just has a tiny
You
head.
really think I'm gonna let myself be seen in public with a girl looking all beat up like that?
What? Where did all this confidence come from? He was like stumbling over himself 2 hours ago in in-game time.
Dreadful, do I?
Huh?
You'll have to learn to wipe that stupid look off your face, or I'll never let you keep chasing me around this world. Got that?
Is he like 6'8"?
Luca?
Hi.
Now that's
Bayonetta is 6'1" in the heels. Okay, I really don't like the fact that she's officially like a normal human height, because that means she actually has like fucked up proportions. Like she's a mutant. I thought it was just she was really tall because she's just, you know, a goddess, basically. But she just has a tiny head and really, 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 really long legs. Bayonetta is canonically 8 feet tall. No, the scene is scaled wrong. But people in chat are saying that she's 6'1" with heels, which would make him like 6'6" or whatever. Her official height's like 8 foot, but it's really weird in this game. Oh, so in Bayonetta 2, will she be like towering over everyone? Like Luca will basically be coming up to her fucking tits? Correct? Okay, hold on. Let me. I'm like actually curious. I want to see really quick. Bayonetta 2 cut scene, and I'll just see if I can find like a shot here. All cutscenes, game, movie. All the cutscenes are 2.5 hours. Wow. Okay. Well, she looks tall here. Can we get her like standing next to? Oh, good. My favorite character is back. Dude, she has a lesbian hair. How did she get more lesbian in between the first and second games? That's crazy. Holy shit. Literally, like, biologically designed to eat pussy. But how tall is she? And, like, girl dick. But, like, girl dick is pussy anyway. Bayonetta height comparison. I don't... Okay, it really does seem like... It really does seem like half the time it's 8 feet and half the time it's 6'1", and there's not really any consistency to it. That kind of sucks. Considering how, like... how important her height is to her aesthetic appeal. The stats of her doppelganger? Height 1.8 meters? But that's like 6'1", isn't it? Whatever. Oh shit, it's 10. Guys, how much longer do we have in Bayonetta? It's almost done? You're at the end now? A lot still? You guys are so... Bayonetta chapters. How many chapters? I'm not reading spoilers, I'm just... Okay. There are only 2 chapters left. And then there's the epilogue Requiem. Only a few chapters, but several hours. Okay, we'll do some more. The next chapter is super long. Maybe we should cut it here. And then just, like, do the rest of it for the final stream. I'm streaming tomorrow morning. But But I bet Tuesday I could. I would cut it here. I think that's a good idea. Donos? Yeah, I'll do donos. Okay, well, we're not at the save point yet, so let's finish the cutscenes. I've had a lot of fun playing this game. Oh, I was at the end. Playing this game with you guys has been so much more fun than most of the games we play. Oh, what a day. After we're done with Bayonetta 1, guys, I'm happy to say it's going to be Hi-Fi Rush. I want to play Bayonetta 2 and I want to do a lot of games, okay? But Hi-Fi Rush is like current. I would have played it on my own, but I'm not going to. I'm playing it here. What's better in your opinion, Bayonetta or Revengeance? Can we get a confirmed Devil May Cry at some point? I think it's very likely that happens. I just don't know the exact order. Let me do this, then save. I don't care. I'm not using the coins. By the way, you skipped a cutscene accidentally in the chapter for this one. Ah, okay. Well, it's all incoherent bullshit anyway, so it's okay. Okay. Save. I don't know if I would start Devil May Cry with, like, Devil May Cry 1. I might start with like DMC 4. I've heard. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Three? You'd start with 3? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, so to answer the earlier question, I think that Bayonetta is a lot prettier of a game. It's a lot more aesthetically interesting, but Revengeance is definitely the better game. I think actually no, wait, hold on. I think that Bayonetta is more fun to play and I think it's more fun to look at, but I think that Revengeance is the better game because it's much more thematically engaging and coherent and mimetic. Like nothing Bayonetta does can ever make me laugh or be as engaged as the fight with Senator Armstrong. You know? Like, I know that's more of like a story thing than it is a gameplay thing, but the mimetic status of Revengeance elevates it like so much, you know, like so far. Like, Bayonetta is really, really fun and silly, which I like, but it's really difficult to compete with Revengeance, you know? You know, Team Platinum knows their stuff. Yeah, Metal Gear Revengeance came after the first Bayonetta. Bayonetta 1 was like, what, 2007, 8, 9-ish? And then Revengeance was 2011, I think. Devil May Cry was started pretty early, didn't it? Devil May Cry was like 2004? The first one? No, it wasn't that early, was it? 2009? Right? DMC4 was... No, I mean DMC1. Yeah, DMC1 was... Yeah, back in 2001. And then all the way up to now. Yeah, really looking forward to playing Hi-Fi as well. Gotcha, Ectoplasm. Revengeance has the benefit of being the endpoint on a timeline of a series that was heavily developed. True, but I've never played a Metal Gear game. Literally, the only thing that I know about the Metal Gear games is that the Metal Gears were meant to be like mobile artillery that were going to change warfare. And there's a bunch of like psychological stuff. And it's all very... there's like something about the memes. And it's like very philosophical. That's really all I know about. No, I've never played the Metal Gear games. I want to play them on stream. Yeah, I want to play so much stuff on stream. The problem is like, I can't do TTS for heavy like narrative games, which I'm running a business here. You know, I don't mind TTS. It's kind of nice a little bit. It's a little bit. You know, you can't really blame me. Sometimes I did one TTS stream with like I think I was playing Dark Souls 2, and it went on for 6 hours, and it was nearly $3,000. Like, I'm only human. I'm only human. But I like playing these narrative games. That's what I think. This is one of the ways to fight off aging. It's you have to work to continue to create memories. Time feels like it passes quickly when you're just doing the same thing every day. So you do new things. You try to engage yourself. This is why you shouldn't play League and why you should play like indie games that you'll always remember. That's the ticket. Oh, last thing I'll show off before reading the donos and then leaving is I just want to show off the Unity work that I've done to the people who have come in since the beginning of stream. The real Vosh fans, the 2.7K remaining. Look. Stop giving this trillionaire more money. Don't scorn me too much, okay? I'm pretty sure after I'm done paying my taxes, I'm actually going to be slightly in debt. I sustain the lifestyles of many people. I'm a river to my people. Here, guys, check it out. Look, we're doing like an RTS meme. Here, see? Look. And see, there's like an idle animation for the little duders, just like a placeholder one. And when I click on them, they get added to a registry of selected units. And then if I hit shift, I can add more of them. I can't do the box thing yet, like the box click, the click and drag. But look, I can shift click. I can control click to remove one, like that. And I can fucking move them. Like that. What data structures are you using to store them? A list. A game object list. Thank you, Gale. Did you make the sprites? Yeah, this took me like 2 seconds. These are pretty bare bones. I didn't even realize. That took me a second. List is fine, you big O dorks. What? Wait, yeah, what's wrong with the list? It's just selected units in an RTS. The most you're going to get is a couple hundred of them in there. Like, a list can absolutely handle that. Also, you really think a game like this is going to be taxing your system that much? Got a clip for you? Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to! No! I'm gonna shit! Fuck! No, I didn't mean to! No! I'm gonna shit! Fuck! No, I didn't mean to! No! I'm gonna shit!
Very good. Never listen to people telling you to optimize your code before you finish the game. I genuinely think it could probably remain unoptimized, not pose much of an issue. Being with the pussy's too good. Charlotte, thank you so much for the 3 gifted tier 2 subs. I really appreciate those. Not even any messages, just kindness. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you. Probably Sake. You've already played a DMC game. You've played DMCA. True. Literally true. My least favorite game. J-Dubs and Slashy, thank you for the $2 both. Republicans are anti-atheist, Slashy. They just don't talk about it that much. Titan Bait with the $5. I was watching an MTG YouTube channel talk about card history, and of all people, Sophie of Mars comes on and briefly talks about online beef using a pic of you. What? Sophie of Mars showed up on a Magic the Gathering YouTube channel to just randomly talk about me in the context of left draw? Okay. True. I'd have to see that. She's crazy. She is crazy. K Comrade Robin Hood, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I saw the MAGA GOP vote. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. I feel like you need a crystal ball JPEG in your stream like the Crackpipe whenever you do breaking point segments. Nominative determinism at its finest. True, it would feel weird to have one for like one person specifically, but it is like a nice term, you know? The Random Rabbit, thank you for the $5. Vosh, Pluto may not have defined man as a featherless biped if he knew about large featherless and bipedal dinosaurs during his time. Perhaps not. Dino Man, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. My good debater of the West, take this gift from Dino Man. Your media take is getting even better. That talk about dysphoria made me think a lot about it. Oh, thank you. Do I think I'll play Bayonetta Origins? I have no idea what that is, Cataclysm. No clue at all. Probably not. The problem that I have with playing games on stream is I tend to get bogged down, and I wanna I wanna experience a lot of stuff. I don't know. I'd have to even find out what Bayonetta Origins is. Lucky Axolotl, thank you for the $5. I will contemplate your offered dog emote, but no promises. I am more of a cat guy. And Saki, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. You wouldn't believe how long it took to pure platinum this chapter in chapter 14 on nonstop infinite climax, max difficulty, which disables witch time dodges. Yeah, I fully believe it, Sake. Jesus. Truly a power gamer for this one, huh? Yeah, not at all surprising to me that it would indeed take a long time. It's been a while since I 100%ed a game that was really difficult. It's a spin-off, quite different, very beautiful, radically different, can't stress enough. Okay, well, I'll think of it. All right, lads, I'm sending you all off. Next time we play Bayonetta, we're finishing it. That's a Vosh promise, which, as you all know, is worth a lot. I'm sending you over to the one, the only, Conyer CC, to whom you are going to ask, Conyer, how do you do canoe? I'm sure that she'll have a riveting answer in response. Y'all take care. I'll see you soon. Tomorrow morning we stream. I don't actually know what we're going to stream about. I don't remember if I had any topics lined up. Maybe we could just go on there and make up lies about YouTubers I don't like. I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow.